Hello, good evening. Welcome to the live stream, the 500 subscriber special. Thank you to each and every one of you who's supporting the channel. It's massively appreciated. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the 500 subscriber special. Good evening, MattyJT. Good evening to Noah in the chat so far. And I think, Noah, you're a bit impatient for me to get underway, aren't you? Well, we will be doing soon, don't worry. And tonight we've got that special run from London Euston through to Glasgow Central. So it's going to be quite a long one. And yes, we certainly will be in the cab for the majority of the journey. That I can certainly guarantee you. So let's get going, because it's going to take some time to do this. And thank you very much straight away. I know I've said it a few times already, but thank you for all the new subscribers and the existing ones as well, and all the people that have subscribed over the last year and a bit. And yes, no, we're going to do, it's a combination of Train Sim Classic and Train Sim World. So we're going to do 2 bits of it on Train Sim World 5 with London Euston through to Milton Keynes on Train Sim World 5. The other Train Sim 5 World 5 bit will be from Preston through to Carlisle, and the other bits will be on Train Sim Classic. Yeah, thank you very much, MattyJT. Yeah, really appreciated your support, and I know you've been a stalwart throughout, really, which is absolutely fantastic. Great, it's 1 Sierra 37, so it's the 0531 from London Euston to Milton Keynes. The one we're doing on West Coast Main Line over Shap is a Creators Club scenario called Class 390 over Shap. But yeah, it's 1 Sierra 37. I'm going to actually start it on foot, so you've got a few minutes as well. I make a change actually to go and walk up the platform. Well, you certainly can. No, we're not with Train Sim World 5, but you can do it with Train Sim Classic as well. I'm guessing perhaps you only have Train Sim World 5, do you? But with Train Sim Classic, there's other parts of the route as well. Hope the sound level's about right. You will indeed, Noah. You will indeed. And it's going to take just over 5 hours. I mean, there's going to be a few little breaks in between whilst we load up the various portions. So it's going to take a bit longer than 5 hours, 10 minutes, I think, that it's supposed to require. So here we are. We're on platform 5. So I showed you this in the intro, but this is what we're doing. So London Euston, Watford Junction. It's going to keep flicking, isn't it? But Watford Junction, Milton Keynes, Rugby, Crewe, Warrington Banquet, Wigan North Western, Preston, Lancaster. Now, in a change to the advertised listings there, we're going to stop at Penrith and not Oxenholme, incidentally, then Carlisle, and then Glasgow. Exactly right, yeah, it's a 391 and it's an 11 coach. Well, no, we're not certainly can't do it all in Train Sim World 5. Maybe one day, Noah, maybe one day. That's the route hopping mode, that bright light thing in the middle. Yes, I hope you're enjoying all the nice weather. Hope you're all well. And it was a lovely day yesterday. Not so nice today, it has to be said, but that's why I kind of got out to do a bit of recording. I went to Stableford in North Staffordshire, which is between Stafford and Crewe. And I'll try and remember when we go through it in the game to show you where it is. So looking forward to this, but also slightly nervous as well, actually. It's like, well, what could go wrong, and a whole manner of things, in all honesty, but hopefully nothing will. we are due off at 5:31. Look at the main menu there, but we also need to just get this thing sorted. And also, let's get the vigilance stuff in motion as well. Should be about right. Let's get the GSMR on as well. It just says lead driver at the moment because yeah, I hope you're all looking forward to this long run. Let's just get the outside view as well. I have to say, it looks absolutely gorgeous in the sort of summer conditions, early morning, that fresh feel about it. There's a couple of 350s down there in the station. We've got a 710 as well. Let's get the doors open. But I've tried as best I can to replicate the same platforms. So when we swap over to TrainSim Classic, we'll be using the scenarios created by MattyJT, and a fine job he's done of those scenarios as well. They've been around for quite some time on Alan Thompson Simulation ATS. Very pleased to get to the 500 subscriber mark, but also wanting to move towards the 1,000. But like I say, it's a massive thank you to everybody that's supported, and I'll say it very early today, but anybody who's new to the channel and watching, and you're enjoying the video, and I hope you do enjoy the ride today, then if you are able to like and subscribe, I'd be tremendously grateful. I knew we got those clear signals, or clear signal. I have to say, I must admit, I think this is quite confusing because you have the green here and then you have that red there, but of course the way it's positioned, it's clearly indicating that it's the next platform. So we are good to go, and we are stopping at Watford Junction as well. Make it a steady ride. And we've got something dead unusual as well about this run, which I've had to have a look on the real-time trains website, because we're actually slow lines through to Watford Junction. We don't encounter the fast line at all. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. Yeah, no problem at all. But yeah, we've weirdly, and this is the only Pendolino service I've ever done where we're on the slow lines. And I was looking at real-time trains, and basically it does operate on the slow lines to Watford Junction. Now where I think it varies is, by the looks of it, it then goes on to the fast lines to Milton Keynes, but we carry on in the slow lines. But maybe when this timetable was created, perhaps they did the whole thing to Milton Keynes on the slow lines. And I'm guessing this time of the morning it's a little bit quiet, so I'm guessing it's kind of route learning knowledge. Not sure if I'll get any points knocked off for sounding me horn there this time of the morning. Yeah, I hope you've had a good week of MattyJT. Let's see, Tottenham, good winners yesterday. So moving up that table. Stoke, not quite so good with their defeat to Norwich. We're still perilously close to the relegation zone. And I've got to say, the game looking absolutely beautiful this time of the morning in summer conditions. I knew it would get me there. Do you know, I even remembered, I thought, I've got to slow down for the descent. Yeah, not too bad. Funnily enough, I know you had a heavy cold a couple of weeks ago, but I've been a bit laid up actually. It kind of knocked me out for 3 days really, but luckily over it now. Yeah, it's funny what a couple of wins can do you really, isn't it? And hopefully it's onwards and upwards. You're still trophy hunters as well with that Europa League. Yeah, no worries. I caught it off my brother actually. I mean, he goes work on the bus, and I'm sure that's where he's caught it. It's kind of public transport and all that, but funnily enough, it's taken him longer to get over it than it has me. He's still got quite a bad cough, but I'm fine now. Managed to keep working anyway because I was able to work from home, so that was the good thing. Oh, look at that, a freight liner coming through. Yeah, there's that junction with the North London line there, isn't there, just past Primrose Hill tunnels. Hoping to get another midweek video up, all being well. I mean, there's a possibility there might be a prequel of this run actually, because it's possible to do the depot run that becomes this service in the timetable as well. I noticed that. Kind of looked at that last night and I thought, well, I can't really include that tonight because you know, we'd end up finishing at midnight, but that's a distinct possibility for the midweek stream. And then perhaps next Sunday, and I might just be an all Train Sim World 5 mix, and just takes a little less time to prepare than some of the Train Sim Classic stuff. Yeah, absolutely right. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for that. And then hopefully when it comes out, I think it's the following Tuesday, isn't it? March the 4th. So I'm hoping to do if I can get it up downloaded quick enough, then hopefully just do a quick run on it. And I sort of thought, well, if we, you know, just do one run on the night it comes out, Euston Junction to Stratford, and then I kind of leave the stream on for about 20 minutes at Stratford after we've finished, and you can just look at how busy it all is. But yeah, buzzing for the live preview stream, first look at it. Yeah, it kind of surprised me that there are scheduled runs through the slow lines, but this is certainly one, and I don't think it takes that much longer to get to Watford Junction, really. But probably the first proper look at Mile Main Line on the live stream will be, I'm guessing, 2 weeks today, really. One of the more demanding bits on the game. It was a bit stuttery around here. But at least we've got wires. Of course, that was always the problem with the Train Sim Classic one. They always used to disappear around this neck of the woods. Oh, excellent. Yes, with the sun just coming up. Would have been a bit like it was yesterday. I don't know what it was like in London, but absolutely gorgeous here yesterday. It was like a spring day. It's kind of why I was able to get out and do a little bit of filming. Kind of forgotten. I mean, I know we get the freight stuff coming through on the game and that, but I'd kind of forgotten how busy the West Coast Main Line is for freight, and you know, just a nondescript part of a Saturday afternoon, and it was absolutely teeming with freight coming through. I don't know if perhaps there's more freight that's the weekend nowadays than there used to be. Yeah, it's been feeling like spring, hasn't it? It's been lovely. I've been down this section with the 350 before, but never with the Pendolino. spent ages this morning actually trying to make sure, carry on the slow lines on this service. We end up at Milton Keynes platform 3, and I knew that we kind of had to end up on the fast lines at Rugby, and it took an absolute age with Train Sim Classic just trying to get it to work. And eventually I kind of figured that on Train Sim Classic anyway, there doesn't seem to be any direct connection with the down fast from Milton Keynes Central, so I realised at the end we have to route it through Wolverton platform 3, and then eventually we join the down fast at just before Road, I think it is. Kind of forgetting it. So we've got the speed set. There we go. Shows it's a while since I've driven the Pendolino. I presume that they do these services scheduled for route learning purposes, because I guess a lot of the Avanti drivers wouldn't necessarily encounter the slow lines very often. Funnily enough, I think Friday's service, they actually run it into platform 6 at Watford Junction, but all the other days it was platform 8. It's a bit different than driving the Class 66, isn't it? You feel as though you apply the controls and you get an absolute immediate response. It's not the same as having a big heavy freight wagons behind you. Curve at Bushy. Yeah, oh, I do love the I do love driving the freight, I have to say, and it's just an extra challenge. It's something just completely different. Funny, isn't it? You're driving you're playing a computer game really, but you kind of feel the weight of the train behind you. Incredible. Yeah, excellent, absolutely excellent, and it's kind of one of those units. Funnily enough, there we are in the platform. It's one of those units that almost forget that it exists. And of course, that's what they used to do, didn't they? They used to go from Milton Keynes. I think actually going back a bit further, they used to go from Rugby at one time when they were Connex days. Excellent, yeah, you'll soon be soon be there. So did you do the Milton Keynes run on free roam, or on one of those Creators Club scenarios? I must say they are quite decent as well. Some of those, there's some, you know, some good bonus stuff that's been included. We'll kind of feature that later on when we do the Preston Carlisle, because we've got the Transpennine unit in there. We've got the Northern liveried 158s and stuff, and so it's I think 150s as well. I don't know what's going on. I'm on time. Yeah, Brill. Yeah, I think some of those are great, actually. Some really good stuff. And I would imagine, he says, I would imagine that you probably can knock one up reasonably straightforwardly. I don't think it's quite as bad as doing a scenario on Train Sim Classic. Kind of occurred to me ages ago, and again it's one of these ideas, but I've not got round to doing anything about it. But I've kind of looked at, say, one of those Don Coffey videos, and you've got, you know, Manchester Piccadilly to Glossop and then Hadfield, and it'd be quite good fun to try and recreate it with the stock that we've got. And you know, you pretty much got most of the stock now in the game, and make it more or less semi-realistic to compare with it. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I must, that sounds a good one. Incidentally, if you do want to do the run today from Preston to Carlisle, I mean, I'll remind you a bit later on if you like, but it's called Class 390 over Shap. I think the trouble is that there's just one or two reskins you need. That's the only thing you have to watch out for. And what I'm going to do, because it's the timing's all wrong on that service, I think it'll load up at 14:50, so there's like a 10-minute wait because it isn't supposed to start till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But then I'll change the time so as it matches the time that this scenario is going to be. And I'm going to cheat as well, because what I'm going to do when I do West Coast Main Line over Shap, fingers crossed it all works out okay, but when it says 110, I'm going to do 125, just so that we can hopefully more or less match the timing of the original service. So it's going to say we're speeding a lot, but we should be alright, I believe. Right, I got caught out by that 70, didn't I? I mean, I definitely could have done this whole run in Train Sim Classic, of course, and it still would have been excellent, but I kind of want to do the bits you can do in Train Sim World. In Train Sim World, it kind of just makes it look better. And I think, you know, somebody said yesterday on one of the streams, it was like, you love doing it in Train Sim Classic, but then you kind of, I'm still speeding. Come on, Kevin, keep your attention going. But you kind of want to do, you'd love to be able to do the whole of the West Coast Main Line in Trains to World 5, and maybe we will at some point. Right, now we can get a bit of speed up. Well, momentarily anyway. It's almost pointless putting the speed control on. Ah, hello Zachary. Hello. Well, we've not heard from you for a few weeks. Good to hear from you again. Oh, I know. Yeah, it's one of the, I think it's one of the big problems, isn't it? And I mean, the other things, and I suppose this might be an Unreal Engine thing, but the way it glitches as well when you get passing trains or objects and stuff like that, it would be incredible if we could get that removed. Yeah, I hope you're well, Zachary. Good to hear from you. I think it might have been MattyJT who mentioned last week, who said we haven't heard from Zachary for a few weeks. Hope you're well. Those little glitches there that drive me up the wall as well. I mean, I still find it odd, the fact that, you know, you could drive London commuter with just as many trains on it, and you know, it's a very intensive service, and it runs more or less perfectly compared with this. Ah, okay, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, and it's that ongoing battle, isn't it? You know, every respect to people who play it on the consoles. I know there's a lot, probably more than the PCs, but it's constantly an issue. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, I thought they kind of had the right idea with, can't remember which route it was now, but one of them they brought out kind of full timetable, reduced timetable, and it was like, well, if your computer's struggling with the full timetable, use the reduced one. It has been a constant battle, hasn't it, between the two. I know nothing about the consoles themselves, but it's just a pity you can't kind of stick some memory in the side or something, you know, it's like an external thing. But I guess that's the point, isn't it? It's very much a fixed game, a fixed unit. You know, I suppose you can't do things like that. But you know, I get that they're trying to build a game for the console users, but there's forever the issue over the fact that it just can't handle it. I think for the PC user, you just want the absolute best game you possibly can with a absolutely rip-roaring timetable. Ah, brilliant. Oh, that'll be fantastic, won't it? Yeah, well, that's another good run, isn't it? Because I don't know. I'm sure even the last time I was in London, I'm sure I saw a 378 on the occasional Watford Junction to London Euston service. So I'm kind of looking forward to that interaction between West Coast Main Line and the Mal Main Line. Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? You know, everything progresses, so I guess when the next consoles come out, and I'm guessing, you know, I don't know how far they are with that, then a lot of these things just won't be an issue because they'll be able to handle anything really. I mean, I think I'm right in saying onto that DTG kind of finally given up trying to support the older consoles to an extent. Yeah, thought that was the case, yeah. I mean, it's good the fact that we'll be able to do 710s from kind of the yards at Euston and take them into service on the Goblin line, and then vice versa with the 378s and stuff. So there's going to be a lot of variety. And then hopefully as well some sort of extended freight run we can do as well. We can kind of do Milton Keynes to Stratford. That'll be a super freight run to get going on. I bet you were dying to ask him what his plans are for the next route, but even if he was able to tell you, I'm sure he'd have to keep it all highly top secret. Right, now dare we actually put the speed thing on now? Seem to have a settled spell of 100 miles an hour. Forget sometimes some of these end places on these freight runs, you know, Dolland Moor, isn't it, and things like that, and you get, you know, Dagenham, I know where that is because we did that recently, and Halewood, and you know, there's all sorts of kind of famous names that these services run to. It'd be good to kind of do some reasonably end-to-end freight runs at some point. And it's going to be pretty decent as well going over. What have we got? We've got the West Coast Main Line, we've got the East Coast Main Line, we've got the Midland Main Line that you cross over en route to Stratford. Absolutely excellent. Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah. I mean, I think it's very sensible, really. And, you know, I mean, people will endlessly go on about it in the forums, and, you know, yes, it's, some say, oh, it's only another 6 miles, but I think people say that without realising that's, you know, might take another 6 months of development time. So I, for one, would be happy for it to come out now, and then who knows, Richmond might be in the works. It'd be quite nice if we got the game and we found actually, oh, wait a minute, the track's there to Richmond or something, and you can kind of get a feeling then that it might be up and coming. I don't know if they've got a way of concealing it if it's not, but I'm just thinking of, like, with the Windermere branch on Preston Carlisle, you kind of think, I bet they intend to put that in originally. Yeah, definitely, definitely, and you know, if we were on the forums, we'd be saying, you know, people like Rivet Games. But yeah, quality, and I think it clearly can't be underestimated that on Tradesim World 5, Tradesim World, it just clearly does take longer to build these routes than it does on Tradesim Classic. I mean, in theory, you could build. Now we've got the public editor. You build your own timetable. Well, you build your own route, can't you, as well? But it all looks incredibly complicated. Yeah, I can't wait for that one as well, I have to say. And again, people will, you know, moan endlessly about, oh, it doesn't go to here, it doesn't go to there. I mean, in a way, as long as there's reasonable runs, I'm more than happy, because I don't know the Welsh valleys that well, so it all sounds good to me. And I love the idea of a network style of routes, because oh yeah, definitely, yeah, me too. I mean, it does look a bit mind-blowing. I mean, having said that, you know, I mean, years ago I probably looked at the Tradesim Classic editor and thought, oh crikey, that looks complicated, but you've got to start somewhere. You'll love that bit of tilting going on. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there must be times, in all honesty, where the stuff that's come out, and you know, in reality, perhaps he's got absolutely zero enthusiasm for, and of course, he can't come out on the roadmap and say, "Oh, it's a load of rubbish." Actually, I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole, but. Yeah, I mean, generally I think he does try to see the positives in stuff anyway, and clearly, you know, there's no doubting the fact that he's a genuine train enthusiast. Seems like a nice guy. I mean, I think I'm right in saying the 150 is going to be the original Rivet one from West Cornwall, but hopefully with better sounds. But again, all being well, somebody will, I'm sure, do a sound mod for it pretty soon. Crikey, that's come around quick, hasn't it? But I mean, it seems to me, I mean, I mentioned this in my recording video yesterday, but I think there can't be that much more new stuff that we don't know about coming out, really, because the fact is, I mean, I'm convinced that whatever the big route is for Train Sim World 6 for the UK, they've probably already started building that, you know, maybe at the start of the year, and probably plans even before that. So I think it's kind of now almost a little bit of a mad scramble to get everything done before Train Sim World 6 comes around. Hi Jamie. But I think it does run on some Watford DC line services though, doesn't it? Welcome to the stream, by the way, Jamie. Thanks for joining us. And again, just in case people catching us late on, we're doing a full run today from London Euston to Glasgow Central, so we'll be shortly moving over to Train Sim Classic, and we'll be taking it through to Preston, and then we'll rejoin Train Sim World again, and then we'll take that to Carlisle, and then from Carlisle onwards we will be Train Sim Classic for the final bit to Glasgow Central. As far as I can gather from Real Time Trains website, the actual real one, Sierra 37, currently would be on the fast lines by the time we got to Milton Keynes Central. Absolutely, we can do. Yeah, we can do indeed. Yeah, we'll pick up Christopher at Crewe, and G loves trains when we get to Wigan, or the Wigan, as she always calls it. But I have to say, with this West Coast Main Line, I mean, we've said it, you know, many times before. Oh dear, did I trigger something there? Was there a missing AWS ramp? Ooh, gloomy thing. Wait a minute. Do you know? thing moving now. Right, that's more like it, isn't it? Yeah, got caught out by the... I'm sure there was an AWS ramp there, but I didn't see it, and it didn't sound in the cab. So, anyway. I guarantee you're in a 5-hour run to Glasgow Central that I'm going to get the TASS going off, and there's bound to be some hiccups along the way. Try and make it as smooth as possible. There we go, very quiet and serene. Milton Keynes Central. You're right, Noah? Yep, you're right. We are next on Train Sim Classic, and we'll continue our run. Right, so I can tell you in advance, watch out for that AWS thing. I'm sure that's what caught me out. There was, I think there was an AWS ramp, but I certainly didn't sound in the cab. There must be one or two missing. But yeah, thoroughly enjoyed the start of the run. Yeah, no, it's not like me. Not like me at all. But it'll be interesting to see how close we are to arrival time in Glasgow Central when we get there. Hello, N8 Scooby. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Never mind. Well, there we go. The scores are up. So I'll make a note of that, and then I'll carry on with loading up Train Sim Classic, and then you can let me know. I'm sure you've beat me, because there was 2 or 3 times when the speed limit came down, and I was into the red really. So there's quite a lot of speed limit changes on the slow lines. So, as Noah requested, we are going to load up Train Sim Classic. So the next part will be Milton Keynes Central. Well, to Rugby first of all on the Trent Valley line, and then Rugby to Preston on the ATS West Coast Midlands Northwest line. And I have put in there's a new sound mod for the 390 from that Sam T, so I thought I'd give that a try. And then at Preston, I've got a 10-minute break. I mean, of course, in reality, real train drivers wouldn't take it beyond Preston. That would be kind of the cutting off point. But I'll give it 10 minutes and give me a chance to... I can make my own drink this week and I have a coffee. And I might even try something alcoholic to carry on the run as well. All right. Oh, well, there you go. Well done. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it was a close run thing that was, wasn't it? 13,990 and 14,020. Well done. And I wonder if it was the AWS thing or whether it was those 2 or 3 times when I was going into the red mark on the speed limits. Fantastic. Right, so let's get it loaded up. Right, Jamie, is that on the console or on the PC? Right, so Trent Valley now. No, it's not. No, sorry. West Coast Main Line South I need first of all. So I'm going to resume from Milton Keynes. Nearly getting myself confused then. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Well, like you say, it was a good contest. Yeah, one of these weeks it would be amazing, wouldn't it, if we could actually do a run where we both got the same scores. So yeah, I'm a bit like well, Christopher's not on site at the moment, but it's a bit like Shrewsbury Town at the moment. I can't buy a win from anywhere. But yeah, I agree. N8, well, N8 Scooby. I mean, obviously I play it on the PC, but yeah, it would add a lot of interest. I think a lot of people would love to see, but I suppose it's just too old, isn't it? And just not possible. I mean, it came out back in 2007, but it's good to be able to fill the gaps, and that's kind of where we're at the moment, because you kind of think best will in the world, you know, how regardless of how much DLC they produce for Train Sim World, you know, even at 5 years away, perhaps 10 years away, it's still not going to be up to the scale that we have on Train Sim Classic. Yeah, Train Sim Classic. Right, so let's get things loaded up here. That's worrying me. How can't I move that? Nope. That's strange. Have I got my caps lock on or something? No. It might just be because actually, because we're doing because we're carrying on the scenario, aren't we? That's why, yeah. So of course, graphically, it doesn't look anywhere near as good as Train Sim World 5. But yeah, we've got the Sam, I think he's called Sam TSM, the sound mod. So you kind of still need the Armstrong Powerhouse 390 sound pack as well, but this is on top of it. And I do know that we have to wait for a 350 to come across the tracks before we get the clearance. Yeah, we haven't got the GSMR in this cab, have we? I think it's round about now, if I remember rightly. 6:14 seems to ring a bell. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, there it is. That's the train, the Northampton to Milton Keynes Central. Yeah, it's class 390 over Shap. Yeah, that's the scenario. Yes, it was somebody called Matt, because I remember thinking the chap who's done this train sim classic stuff is MattyJT, and yeah, it's Matt. Yeah, good evening, Christopher. Yeah, good to hear from you, and no problem for being late. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah, when you get the chance, after we've done the live stream, you'll be able to see the intro. I actually appear on camera, because I did a tiny little bit of filming yesterday. So I was at Stableford on the West Coast Main Line, between Norton Bridge and Crewe, just filming. You know, I was a bit too quick there to get away. This train's come through. I should have waited for it to go clear. I've just gone through the signal hunter. Yeah, I've got a suspicion. I mean, there's 2 or 3, isn't there? But I really should have been concentrating on that and made sure I'm going through, waiting for that signal to clear and that train to pass us. So I'm hoping the tracks are now clear. We might have to reload this up. I've got a suspicion that I know. Well, it's funny. I was saying to somebody at work about. I said, "Oh, I'm going to do an intro for me live stream on Sunday and do a bit to camera." And my mate at work said, "I wouldn't do that. You're going to lose a load of subscribers straight off." And I was just saying as well, I was amazed that, you know, I was only filming for about an hour or so, but just amazed at how much freight stuff comes through. Absolutely chock-a-block. So the plan here, we're going to take this to Rugby, and then we'll join up with the Trent Valley line. Then, yeah, I think for those other pieces of DLC, I don't think it matters massively, because I've got a suspicion it should, in theory, just bring up the kind of the same stock but in the wrong livery. So I don't think it matters massively. I mean, if you get the chance to download the right mods, then well, so much the better. I know, you're absolutely right. Yeah, definitely. TASS has got me now. We're all right. I knew that TASS would get me at some point. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Yeah, there's the those northern liveried stuff, isn't there? And I mean, I did find another West Coast Main Line over Shap northbound scenario, but that kind of looked like the best one because it was just that mixture of traffic. Absolutely, that's right. Yeah, definitely. Now, whether the next 500 subscribers will be quicker or slower, I really have got absolutely no idea. That remains to be seen. I kind of get the feeling that it grows, it's slightly easier to grow as you get that slight bit bigger, but it's all relative. I was pleased to see, and again thank you for all the people that have, but pleased to see 4 new subscribers coming in today following the video from yesterday. Excellent. Well, I'm enormously grateful. Yeah. Yeah, it might have been another week or two yet. So the idea is here we're going to branch away from the slow lines and finally gain the down fast line on the West Coast Main Line. It really is, isn't it? It really is. I mean, wouldn't it be good if the person who created a scenario could just literally put in the links to them where you could click on and download them, because half the time you can't find them even from the description. That's right, you can have a rest now through to Preston. Yeah, well, that's absolutely fine, mate. No, everything is appreciated. Yeah, he did the first one. So it was a very, very close run thing, but he won. Very, very close. And then he's going to do that run from Preston to Carlisle when we resume Trainson World 5 at Preston. Yeah, it surprises me that he doesn't know, really. It kind of suggests he hasn't used it that much. I like it. Excellent. You see, they just don't know what they're missing, do they? And I mean, it's you know, it's not, well, it's obviously, it's from our point of view, it's not just about trains as well, because you know, we chat about all sorts of things in the streams, but it's also, if you've got a love of the English countryside, then you're going to see that as well and enjoy the lovely scenery. He is indeed. Yeah, very, very gracious. Yeah, very, very fair-minded. So we've just, the other lines have just veered away towards Northampton. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the beauty of it, and that's the absolute bonus. And I suppose, I mean, that really has started since we've been doing these live streams from very early in September, and I think both of you were very, very early on, but you know, there's been plenty of other contributors as well. Oh, that's nice to hear. And I must confess, I've had to put a lot more time into creating the Train Sim Classic one, because there was an absolute arm and a leg amount of reskins needed to get this thing working throughout. Even then, I think I'm missing a ScotRail 320 or something, but I think we're more or less there. Didn't mean to press that. Yeah, it was one of those kind of situations where I could have perhaps started half an hour earlier or something, or even an hour earlier, and give myself a bit more time to do this full run. But on the other hand, it was kind of like, you know, I didn't want the regular people to miss the start with it, not if it wasn't 5 o'clock. Yeah, thank you very much. No, well, that's right. And I think tonight we're going to be, well, it's going to be kind of way beyond 10 o'clock because we've got a 10-minute gap at Preston, and I'm going to sneak off then and make myself a coffee, and I might even have a celebratory drink or something else to go with it. It's kind of taking 5 minutes or so to keep loading these scenarios up, so it'll be quite a way past. I mean, I did actually think, but it'll perhaps be getting a bit late for this week, but I sort of thought I could have actually loaded up Train Sim World 5 and left it on Glasgow Central at that time of the day for a bit once we finish, but maybe that sort of thing might be for another week. Love this sort of tilty bit here. Keep forgetting the buttons when you switch from one game to the other. There we go. That's the view from the helicopter. Oh, excellent. Excellent, yeah. That's good. Well, I've had my usual glass of red earlier on. But I think we've still got some rum left over from Christmas. I might have a rum and coke a little bit later on. Oh, of course, I forgot you've been on holiday. Did you enjoy? Did you go anywhere else other than your? I know you had your trip to Lincoln. Ah, excellent, excellent to me. Say, more the better for it. Yeah, I think it's kind of come back in fashion, hasn't it, these days? You know, there was a time when it was you know, like an old man street, but not now. So you've got the canal, and then we've got the M1 motorway over there. So it's difficult for me to judge, really, listening through the headphones, but I'll say these are like improved sounds, and it's fairly new. It's come out for the... Oh, there's a neutral section. New sounds, so hopefully that's coming through pretty well. They've got a new sound mod as well. I noticed that Sam has done for the Class 90 as well, so I must give that a try. Ah, fantastic. Yeah. How long have you been doing it for, CII, Christopher? You don't mind me asking? Ah, marvellous. Well, there we go. The party is well and truly on. I know we'll always say it, but the graphics obviously aren't as good, but it still looks half decent though as we come towards, this is Kilsby Tunnel, isn't it? So Rugby's not too far away. Massively long tunnel this with the vent holes. I don't know, Charlie. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, I'd love to see. I mean, I love the APT in the game, but I'd love to see it in Train Sim World 5. I see. Right, I got you. Yeah, excellent. Wow, so quite a long time. I bet you've seen some changes over the years. Very much into the heart of the Midlands now here. Now we must make sure we as in the neutral section. Good evening, 156 Andrew Shortbread Express. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. No, sadly not, Christopher. It's kind of bits and pieces. So we've got this section. We've got the section to Milton Keynes. We've got the bit from Preston to Carlisle on Train Sim World 5, but the rest is on Train Sim Classic at the moment. Excellent. So to Glasgow, yeah. I mean, Glasgow Central is an absolutely amazing station, and I love it. My memories of the last time I was at Glasgow Central, though, was not so good because I had a connection from Glasgow Queen Street to Glasgow Central. And I absolutely had to bomb it through the station and made it onto the train with about 10 seconds to spare. So I was about 20 minutes into the journey before I could actually breathe properly. Insolent. Interesting, Christopher. Actually, I've never been to... I've never been to Parkhead. I've been to Hampden Park once, and that was what was it, Euro 2000 qualifier, and I made the trip up there to watch Scotland play England. That was always one of my dreams, to watch Scotland play England, because of course it doesn't happen that often nowadays. But it's got such character, Glasgow Central. It's an amazing station. I remember Virgin Trains a few years back doing an advert where it was clearly supposed to be a journey from London Euston to Manchester Piccadilly, and they opted out. Obviously, visually, they thought, well, Euston looks horrible, so they actually used Glasgow Central as the train was leaving. Ah, excellent. I mean, I would absolutely love to um, watch an Old Firm match live. I mean, the atmosphere and the rivalry is just amazing. Yes, indeed, N8 Scooby. Although, again, we do have it on Train Sim Classic, and I, funnily enough, in kind of reinstalling the bits and pieces for all these runs, I kind of realised I've not reinstalled the 318 that came out from Armstrong Powerhouse. Was that last year or the year before? And I don't think I've ever even played it. So there's runs on there that encompass the Glasgow Central lower level. So I'm going to keep reloading the game up, because you know what Train Sim Classic's like. It's one of those games where if you don't do that, then you're going to end up dumping at some point. I can imagine so. Yeah, I mean, they really do. They really, really do hate each other, don't they? And it's not simply just normal football rivalry, is it? It's such a deep-rooted thing, you know, down to politics, religion, the lot. It's very, very, very complicated indeed. Ah, excellent, Charlie. So was that? Do you mean that APT song that was on that video from a few years back? That whatever it was called. What was it called now? There's a classic video of the APT. I'm not sure I have, to be honest, Christopher, because I think the thing is, normally, if I was doing something like this, um, then if I was kind of doing it in my own leisure time, I'd probably do it in several stages over several days, really. So I think I've done Euston to Edinburgh, but again, you know, it probably took me a fortnight to do it. So I've never done it in one go before. Ah, okay, right. Well, I'm saying right. I don't know what it sounds like, so I'd have to replay it. Oh, fantastic! Yeah, yeah. Have you got an early start tomorrow? Amaze Days. I must admit, I'm all prepared and packed in that respect. I've done my sandwiches earlier on for tomorrow. I've done the ironing, so pretty much I can kind of pack up tonight and then go bed. I'm very boring with my sandwiches, which probably won't surprise you, but I'm seem to be ham these days most of the time. Right, okay. I mean, I don't know what it sounds like, but I'll have to check it. But I presume he's been linking it into this, the point about the APT train, the advanced passenger train, which might be before your time. Oh, there we go. That sounds nice and sophisticated. It's just occurred to me, have we missed a bit out here? My brain's going, wait a second. Because we're just south of Stafford there, aren't we? So, no, we need to be on the Trent Valley. I'm loading up the wrong part. I do apologise. This is when you get to old age. Nearly missed a bit out there. Yeah, exactly. I like it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I've never actually done a full run in real life from Euston to... Well, I suppose I've done the entire run because I've done Euston to Crewe and I've done Crewe to Glasgow, but in separate doses. But, I've been on the sleeper as well. But actually that didn't go to Glasgow. That kind of... we got split up at Edinburgh, as I recall. I was asleep at the time. Do you prefer it when it was Virgin, Charlie? There we are, that's better. Just this little thing when the scenario first loads up and that, there you are, it has to settle itself down. There we are, we're at the right station now, we're at Rugby. Excellent, yeah, yeah. I mean, that is an amazing experience, the old Highland sleeper. I remember being slightly disorientated last time I was on it though, because it's like, obviously it's a lot shorter section, and I was walking towards the club car and I was thinking, wait a minute, this is the last carriage now, and that's the outside beyond there, and it was suddenly the other way. Yes, I read that. I read that Amaze Taze. Yeah, that would be incredible, wouldn't it? Actually, to imagine. I quite like the idea of getting on a train at St Pancras and think that I'm going to end up in Switzerland, say for example. I think they are desperate to get back into trains in one way, shape or form. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, Charlie. I think Virgin had got it much better, because I know on the times when I've travelled first class with Virgin, it was kind of reasonably priced if you went in the daytime, and they got the right balance because you could still have some nice-ish food, and you know, you kind of get a sandwich, you get alcohol, you get you know, sort of chocolate snacks and all sorts of odds and ends, but it wasn't too expensive. Yeah, which again is pretty decent, isn't it? And I mean, I know it's only an hour's flight if you go, say, from Luton to Schiphol, isn't it? But I have to say that always kind of amused me as a flight, because you'd still get not so much of his EasyJet because you have to pay for everything, but you know, I've been on a flight, I think it was Birmingham to Amsterdam actually, and you managed to get your coffee and a cake or something, but then they're basically coming into land straight away. I mean, there is, by the way, for Train Sim Classic, there's the we've got the East Coast main line represented in one full run, technically, from King's Cross to Edinburgh, which is amazing in its own right. But probably the better way of doing it would be to go to York, because after York you can get the Alan Thompson sort of upgraded merge route. Oh, fabulous, yeah, fabulous. I mean, I love flying. I really do enjoy flying. You know, particularly when I've been going long haul, and you know, I've really enjoyed it. But I've given the choice, I much prefer to go. I think that was a driverless train there, wasn't it? Oh, definitely right, and that's the thing, isn't it? And, you know, you can look at flights that only take 45 minutes to an hour, but how much time have you got to faff around in the before you even get that far? Right, yes, I did hear that news, Christopher, on the well, I heard the news about the landslide. Didn't realise it was going to be so expensive to repair, and yeah, absolutely, yeah, we definitely should give a shout out to that Severn Valley Railway Fund. I mean, if somebody was able to do it, they could put a link to it in the chat, then by all means go ahead and do it, because they deserve every penny. And people forget sometimes, because it's obviously it's a very big going concern, but that, you know, these heritage lines have had tough times since COVID. And it's kind of the last thing they want to happen. right, okay, yeah. And he will definitely get some attention to it, won't he? Because you know, you're looking at, well, hundreds of thousands of subscribers, aren't you? Great character, love his enthusiasm. So the strange thing is with this run, I mean, it's quarter to 7 in the morning as we're driving this, but in reality we're going to end up it's late evening. I prefer to do it that way than to be travelling in the dark. Yeah, well, good luck to them, and hopefully they get the money together. But it's always had its tricky parts to the route, hasn't it? Because of so much of it being on embankments. I know they've had problems sometimes, completely different thing, but in dry weather, whereby you know, they've had to stop steam trains sometimes because it's kind of too dry, and they're worried about line side fires. Yeah, I don't know, 156 Andrew. I must confess I've kind of lost track, pardon the pun, sorry, what's actually happened to the 153s now. I know they were, the last I can remember was them being used on the sort of East Midlands rail services. We used to get them on the Crewe Derbies at one time. And really it's happened for them at the worst possible time, because you know, they're all set to, they start running the full timetable about Easter time, don't they? Yeah, absolutely. Though I guess they'd have known you know, it was coming. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that, and I'll have to look at some pictures of that. Quite looking forward to driving the 153 on Trains World 5. We were talking about that Welsh Valleys route when it come earlier on, and I mean, we now know when the Mildmay line's coming out, and beyond that we've got that Welsh Valleys route. I mean, actually we mentioned Amsterdam as well, didn't we? But we've got that Netherlands route coming out too for Trains in World 5 sometime in the next few weeks and months. Yeah, everything's kind of this need to be multi-purpose, I suppose, these days. Ooh, here's a nice 66 though. They're still very much in demand. Oh, I like the livery on that. Yeah, they were a mainstay for a while of the Derby to Crewe line, the 153s, and you kind of wondered how they got away with it, really. And I didn't travel on it regularly, but I think it was generally pretty full. Now they're 170s, and but they've extended the route out to Newark Castle, so kind of makes more sense having a longer train. I don't know why we get that little bleeping sound every time we return to the cab, because it keeps making me think I've missed one of the alerts. Yeah, not bad. And again, not too bad for driving on the game as well. And you know, again, it's something we use on the Scottish route, on the 5 circle, but use it on the East Midlands with those cross-country ones as well. I mean, actually, I've never done Derby to Nottingham, I don't think, on the stream. I don't think I actually have. There's a load of videos that I haven't seen. I was watching a Jago Hazard one the other day. For the life of me, I've forgotten what it was about now, but his are always brilliant. Jeff Marshall's are always brilliant. Sometimes, sadly, there are just so many. I mean, one of the kind of things about kind of doing these streams and the videos and this, that and the other, I don't quite have as much time to watch some of the other YouTube content that's going on as I would like to, really. I don't even know 156, Andrew, how many 153s there are left available and that ScotRail could use. Yeah, I can imagine it. It's one of those routes I can't believe I've never been on, actually. I would love to have a trundle along the Heart of Wales line. I mean, it's ages since I've been on the Cambrian coastline as well, which the last time I went with my brother a few years back, we went to Aberystwyth, and we were going to go up the main part of the Cambrian coast, up to Aberdyfi and beyond, perhaps to Pwllheli, but as it goes, the Barmouth Bridge was being undergoing some maintenance at that time, so we went to Aberystwyth, but we still had a nice day. But that's a lovely line. I've never actually been along the North Wales coastline either, beyond Chester, which I find strange. I've never done the run to Holyhead. Excellent. And that kind of, again, makes me think of that excuse me, sorry, kind of makes me think of that Welsh Valleys route that's coming out very soon. The one thing you might notice about this route is when we go through Rugeley, don't think we got through it yet, have we? But you'll see Rugeley Power Station, of course the cooling towers have been knocked down now. Couldn't bring myself to take them out of the game. Yeah, some lovely lines in and around Wales, and so I've only scratched the surface. I think you could do the Heart of Wales line. You could run it kind of fan side, Christopher, and right. Was that the? I know there's a heritage line at Llangollen, isn't there? Or sorry, that's the Potteries way of saying it. It should be Llangollen, I think, or something like that. But actually, I haven't been to that area for years as well, and that part around Bala Lake is not too far away. But there's also a heritage line there, isn't there? Which again I've not been on. I remember pottering around the station, the Heritage Line station, when I was with Mum and Dad. I don't know, that'd be less than 10 anyway, let's say that. And I think at the time it wasn't an active heritage library. It is now. Right, here's Lichfield. Of course, Lichfield, Trent Valley, we have in Trainsim World of the Cross City line. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love Scotland, and again, it's you know, I think sometimes Trainsim makes you want to go on routes you've not been on, and again on the 5 Circle. Again, I can't believe I've never been on the 5 Circle line. But there's so many lines I'd love to go on. Yeah, I think there's going to be 1 or 2. Because I'm not really planning on a big holiday abroad this year, so it could well be a bit of train runs, I think. Right, see if we can get a better one here. Actually, we were just heading for... There we go. These are the ones I like, these line side views. Certainly have a go on the this Welsh Valleys route when it comes out. I actually did see the reminder for the neutral section that time. Yeah, this is Rugeley coming up now, Rugeley Power Station on the left. I mean, it'd be a 10-second job. I can actually take them out of the game. Hi Paul, yeah, welcome to the channel. You can indeed, yeah. I mean, it's all slightly complicated because it involves a few routes, but we are doing the entire route from London Euston to Glasgow Central. I mean, I've opted to do the Trains in World 5 bits on Trains in World 5, but you can actually download this scenario and do the whole thing on Trains in Classic potentially. Right, thanks for keeping us up to date. I knew it was 1-0. I'd forgotten all about it since, but yeah, well, Man City, as you say, they're no longer the team they were, are they? It's amazing their downfall and their fall from grace this year. Oh, thank you very much. That's really appreciated. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Hope you enjoyed the video. We do a live stream every Sunday, 5 o'clock, for 4 hours, and I'm trying as much as I can to do a midweek video. Yeah, I forget how long it is exactly, but I think it's just shy. It's over 4 hours, but I think by the time we've finished, it's going to end up being about 5. Oh, the TASS, I don't think was very happy with me there. I think I was a bit too late for that one, so oh, we should be all right. Oh, maybe not. Is it going to bring us to a halt? Yeah, I think so. Oh no, we're all right. We're okay. I knew we'd get tasked a few times in this journey. This is College Junction. It's not a problem at all. We fascinating to talk all things football, all teams, all divisions. I've been to Allen Road a couple of times. Even Port Vale fans, Christopher. Yeah, I've been to Allen Road a couple of times. I've watched England play. I think it was a friendly actually. That was a good few years back. And I also went for a Euro '96 match involving France against Spain. Hot day that was. The queues for the drinks at half time were absolutely humongous, and I thought if I go to that, then I'm going to miss most of the second half. I bet you're pretty pleased though with how things are going with Leeds this season. Right, is that kind of because of the old um, kind of Manchester United connection thing with it. Yeah, Vale were. I've kind of lost track of them actually, but they were top of the league and then they slipped down the table a bit. Yeah, it's that funny time of the year, isn't it? It's kind of fingers crossed when you're doing well and just trying to hang on the last few weeks of the season, and you know, sort of injuries start getting in the way a little bit. Just trying to see things out to the very end. I do remember thinking when I was at that France-Spain game all those years ago, I was in the big, I can't remember, is it the East Stand, where it was like the big newish main stand, and it just felt as though the the space was just a little bit smaller than I think I'd encountered before. Yeah, the class of '92, Christopher. Speaking of football, by the way, I think it's about 3 weeks' time. The League Cup final, which is, of course, this year's Newcastle against Liverpool. So I think on that day, because I think kickoffs are 4, and I would quite enjoy the idea of relaxing and watching the first major cup final of the season. So I think it might actually be a week where we don't have a live stream on the Sunday. So I think it might be a Saturday stream that week. And then perhaps I'll put a recording video up for the Sunday. Yeah, it was a brilliant line, wasn't it, that? And I can remember the game, actually. It was Aston Villa against Manchester United on the opening day of the season, as I recall. And I think Villa had won comprehensively. And, of course, beyond that, the slogans went up. There's a good reason why we got a red signal here, incidentally, because the route's coming to an end. But when we rejoin it for the next part, we'll be just south of Stafford. Well, you got a sneak preview of it at the start of the run. Yes, I did see that. That's like back-to-back defeats, isn't it? So you look as though way too far off climbing out of the relegation zone now. You would have thought, anyway, which is always sad to see. So hopefully when we regain the next part, it'll look reasonably similar. So that's the thing, by the way. I think Paul was asking, wasn't it? But we can do the full run, but it involves different routes in order to achieve it. There isn't just one entire route that you can download. So again, I'm going to do that thing of just quitting the game, so that Train Sim Classic has this irritating habit of crashing on you when you don't want it to. mean, I've lost track, but they're in League One, aren't they, Shrewsbury? How long have they been in League One for now? Funny actually with these games, and you know, when I'm kind of loading up the game and it all goes very, very quiet over the headset, it must be a bit like a football commentator when the crowd's gone home. Right, so we now need West Coast Main Line, Midlands and North West. So this is the third leg of the journey. So we'll take this to Preston. Ah, right. Okay. Wow. That is a long stretch, isn't it? Yeah, I do remember that FA Cup tie against Liverpool. That was on a Sunday afternoon. That was before COVID, and I think it might literally have been. I think it was the COVID year, wasn't it? So I think it was the fourth round, so only a few weeks before COVID started, and they went from being 2-0 down to draw 2 each. It was an absolutely amazing game. And another famous FA Cup tie when they beat Everton. And I remember Barry Davies commentating on that one. I don't actually know where I pressed there, you know. I'm going to restart that. I think I pressed the wrong button. I think I pressed O by mistake, but when I pressed it O again, it didn't work. So anyway, we won't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, you kind of hope that that they will eventually go further on than Milton Keynes. Right, so we've now got a green signal. Oh, I completely agree. I absolutely love Brian Moore. Absolutely massive fan. You know, let's get the DRA off. And in fact, I've just read a good book actually. Brian Moore Saved Our Sundays. I had it off my brother for Christmas. A fabulous read. It talks about the regional football coverage on ITV in the 1970s. And I did read Brian Moore's autobiography as well. But he seemed, I mean, he was a genuine football fan and he was just a great enthusiast. But he seemed like an absolutely top bloke as well. And there was absolutely no side to him. Yeah, I mean, I loved Motti as well. And again, I've read his books, and again, you could not fault. That was Stafford, by the way. We were just racing through. Again, you couldn't fault his enthusiasm and knowledge of the game. There's been some brilliant commentators actually over the years. Yeah, it just feels to me sometimes in dovetail games that they like to just move on to the brand new, shiny new thing. And it's kind of like, we've started a project somewhere, let's just finish it or carry it on a bit more, do a bit more, because people are crying out for it. Oh, I'd love to hear from Henry Blofeld live. I have to say, I mean, I've watched programs with him in as well as his commentaries, but wow. And again, you know, sometimes I'm not sure in the main that kind of people like public school and kind of that posh normally I would massively go for, but Henry Blofeld was just a lovely person. Yeah, good old Richie Benu as well. I mean, he was brilliant, wasn't he? I mean, I can't do the accent, but it was always, yeah, thanks, Tony. Good morning, everyone. And again, you know, you couldn't find anybody more knowledgeable. I love the story with, oh crikey, look at that. We could be on a bike there, couldn't we, going round that corner? Yeah, it certainly is. It certainly is. Elite spotter and traveller. Yeah, I've just given it a go. Oh, he did, yeah. Have you ever read that story? Oh, this is Norton Bridge. By the way, I'll try and point to the place where I was filming yesterday in a minute, because we're not too far away. There's a great story with Henry Blofeld about him ending up outside his hotel room naked, and I think it was, I can't remember, Nottingham or Leeds now, but absolutely a brilliant story. And I've read it, I've heard him say, I'm sure, actually, if you've heard him doing his thing live, I'm sure you've heard that story yourself. But as me in stitches every time I hear it. And, you know, even though I've heard it before, I kind of want to listen to it over and over again. It certainly was a pen, wasn't it, Paul? You think of the watching the superbike racing, don't you? And this is really why the Pendolino and well, the idea really of tilting trains came with the West Coast Main Line, because it is such a bendy old route in places, and it certainly was in need of a tilting train, and that's where the old APT came from. Rugby league and whippets. Yeah, there is things like that, isn't there? Cheers, Dan. Oh, thanks for the coffee. Always remembered this week. That's very good of you. Yeah, we're not too very far away from where I was yesterday. I should be able to recognise it because I drive to work this neck of the woods every day. It's not this bridge. It's the next one. Yeah, if you can see like some, yeah, the road comes in around there. Yeah, this is where we are. Right, okay. So, yeah, that's the footbridge, and I was in the field roughly about there, or just beyond that post. It's at a place called Stableford. Yeah, it's a decent route, and this has actually got Birmingham New Street in there as well. So you can do kind of Birmingham New Street through to, well, Stoke's in there as well. So you can do Birmingham New Street to Crewe via either Stoke, Kidsgrove and Alsager and all that way, or you can carry on this main line. And we were about to go through a place called Whitmore shortly. Tell this is a neck of the woods I know well. Yeah, this is Whitmore. I've spent many a day with me dad train spotting just by the side of the line here back in the 80s. But yeah, the commentators, yeah, no, I agree with you. You know, some of the present ones are pretty decent, but I think Jonathan Agnew was saying about the fact that he's been criticised by some for using the word batsman or something, and you know, it should be like batsperson, or you know, I think sometimes the politically correct world has gone mad. And I've got absolutely nothing against the women in sport, and you know, like, I think the growth of football's been magnificent the last few years. It's been great to see, but it's just a shame when you know, I think some of the other stuff might just take time to develop over time. Haha, brilliant. Brilliant Amaze Tays, I like it. Yeah. Yeah, they've had too much of my money over the years, and you know, I've been a Sky subscriber since 1992. Must get the damn thing cancelled. Oh, I know. And, you know, I mean, some things you get. I mean, I'm afraid I will always call a female actor an actress, and, you know, I don't think there should be any harm in that. I mean, some people will argue you can't even say man or woman these days. Good point. Yes, it does, because I had to actually reinstall the Major Wales pack to make it work, and because before I did it, I had this strange situation where I got one red carriage, but it seems to have fixed it now. And I think you do still need the Armstrong Powerhouse class, the Armstrong Powerhouse Pandolino pack. But I'm loving the sound mods by Sam, I have to say. I mean, I did have the 455 pack, and I did a stream of a route there the other week, but when I played it back, I thought, oh, actually, I've got it on too quiet. You can barely hear the thing. But no, I'm with you there, MattyJT. I very rarely actually watch any telly at all these days. In fact, I was saying earlier on, I'm either eating, sleeping at work, or I'm watching something train related, or downloading or installing something to do with one of the streams or train sim in some way. I can't think what I used to do before now one of the great railway places of the world, really, Crewe. It's like one of those questions, isn't it? I mean, I think if you asked a lot of people around the country about Crewe, they'd have heard of it, but they probably wouldn't have a clue where it was. No, I'm not going to be beaten by this 20-mile-an-hour speed restriction today. Yeah, we just got the Stoke line coming in from our right. Of course, we've got Gresty Road over the yonder. Huge, huge yard, which has all been beautifully done. There's the football ground. Pitch doesn't look in the best of state. Don't think they bothered putting a pitch in. Indeed, yes, yes. Oh well, yeah. Have you been to the Sheet Anchor? I mean, it's very much a popular food pub nowadays, but I mean, I remember it particularly in the 70s, because on a nice summer's evening we would always have a trip out to the Sheet Anchor, and sitting in the beer garden at the back, you had a wonderful view of the trains coming through. I was always in heaven. I was a bit disappointed actually to find the scenery in and around by Whitmore's slightly generic. I'd love to put something in that's a bit more representative of the Sheet Anchor. The one thing I was glad to see though on the bridge, they've at least tried to represent the old building that's on there. There's an old ticket office which used to be Whitmore station office, so at least they've put that in. Yeah, well, fairly recently actually. I mean, it's just handy for me because it's, you know, it's only a couple of miles away from where I live. So I went there with a mate. When was it now? Probably about September. Might have been September time actually. Might have been roughly when I started doing these live streams. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Also, you can get a train to Shrewsbury and down to Wales. You can get the Liverpool Lime Street train as well. The Chester shuttles usually go in out of that platform. And obviously the North Wales coastline over to the left, and that's the line over to Manchester Piccadilly via Wilmslow and Stockport. And here's the old Heritage Centre as well. And of course, there's the APT. But I think it's, I mean, I was just thrilled to bits when Crewe came out of into the game, and when we first had the North Wales coastline. Right, I'm a bit behind on some of the comments actually. Let me just get out of Crewe and then I can read a couple of the things that you've said. Otherwise I'm going to speed massively. Right. Oh, we've been hit by the TASS. Right, we're all right now. Right, just reading about the, see, this is how far I am behind, about the Doncaster works to make way for Howes after what taxi they're pulling. Oh, that would be a shame, wouldn't it? I mean, you know, Doncaster works is, I mean, again, there's not that much left to what used to be the old Crewe works, but yeah, Doncaster works, one of the great railway loco building places. Haha, like, very good. Very good indeed. Yeah, so in this section, by the way, we've got Warrington Bank Quay, Wigan North Western, and then Preston, and then I'll rejoin MattyJT for the next section through to Carlisle. Very good. Let's try and get the view up a bit. Apologies. Sometimes I've kind of got the camera down here, and you can barely see the view of the line ahead. Yep, certainly is. Yeah, that'll be the section between. So what I'm actually going to do, because time-wise, the scenario is miles out. It's I think it brings us in at 14:50 with a departure time of 1500. So using the God mode thing, I'm going to reset it so it's the right time. But as far as I can gather, I've got to wait until for that 10 minutes. So we'll leave it until 3 o'clock until, and then I'll change the time so as it matches the right time. If you kind of get what I mean, which is a bit of a long-winded explanation, but I think you'll see what I mean when we get to it. And it's gonna be saying constantly that I'm speeding, because the idea is on the 110 sections I'm going to go 125 to hopefully just keep to roughly to the right timetable that the real service would be doing. I can't, unfortunately. We're going to be there kind of. It's already set up because that's on Train Sim Classic. So we're going to be arriving whatever time. I can't even remember what the arrival time is now, but it's about it's about 10 o'clock-ish, something like that. I will do another run on West Coast Main Line in the dark, because I mean, actually Train Sim Classic isn't great in the night time either, but Train Sim World 5 with the West Coast Main Line coming in and out of London now is pretty good in the dark. So I'm hoping next week, actually, it's probably just going to be a complete Train Sim World 5 stream. So we'll do a few odds and ends. Yeah, excellent. And I think it works out okay. I know that, I think when we go over Shap, we drop down to something like 85 mile an hour. But as far as I can gather, it works okay. I've not tested it the whole run, but fingers crossed, everything should be okay. And because you kind of haven't got those markers down, or I'm not sure how they script it in the game, but you haven't really got the issue of the TASS thing going off all the time because we're going too fast. So we might constantly have people in the stream saying, why are you speeding all the time? Very good. I think the point is, Christopher, that there's a valid reason why I'm not a real train driver, and I think you see it evidently every week. Yeah, absolutely. Now there's no hope for some people, I'm afraid, and I belong in that category. Yeah, I mean, I think we're more or less mirroring the real 0531. I guess because it's an early train in the day, that there's obviously a lot more stops. And again, if you're being strictly accurate, you will detect the fact that our service in the next section will stop at Penrith and not Oxenholme. There was one that actually did stop at Oxenholme and not Penrith in a Pendolino, but I kind of like the look of this other one a lot more because you kind of got the TPE stuff in and the northern stuff in as well. There is indeed, yeah, there is, and I mean, once I finally get round to giving the Flying Scotsman a run out, then I'm definitely going to be having a look at that first. This is Hertford. Right, well, perhaps that'll be something for the future then. I bet it'll wet. If I can say the words. See, I'm no Henry Blofeld. It'll whet your appetite, I'm sure. I mean, I think probably out of all the Alan Thompson routes, this is my favourite one. I'm a bit biased because the West Coast Main Line has always got a close place in my heart, but I just wish they'd do the Manchester Piccadilly to Kidsgrove bit so that we kind of got full Manchester Piccadilly services that we could do. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, definitely. It does make a difference. It's kind of a little bit downgraded on through the streaming. The one thing, I mean, the game does do, it does make you upgrade your systems and get better computers over time and stuff as well. Yes, indeed. I've been through Gretna Green, and yeah, of course, very famous place. It was on a bank holiday weekend, actually, going camping one year. My brother, a few years back, we stopped off. I think we bought something from the camping shop, I seem to remember. It's like a big retail park just off the motorway. So Warrington coming up, and again I've got to be slightly mindful of these stops because there's quite a few on this section, and again, not massively familiar with it in real life, so I don't want to go flying through one of these stations. And again, wasn't there something bizarre how am I right in saying Gretna Green have actually played in the English FA Cup? I'm sure there's one or two examples of Scottish teams playing in the English FA Cup. Yeah, it's just outside, isn't it? I think that's kind of there's some reason behind that with the that's something to do with because of the differing laws, isn't it? And that's kind of why the wedding thing came in. A bit like how on the Welsh border, how they used to sneak over into England to get a pint on a Sunday because you could never buy a pint in Wales on a Sunday. Well, Berwick's a bit of a funny one, isn't it? Because there's, I was confused by this because the Scottish Open a few years back, might still be, was played at North Berwick, and I was thinking Berwick's not in Scotland, but it turns out North Berwick actually is, and it's kind of, there's a bit of a gulf between the two, map-wise, and sea between the two. Right, Warrington Bank Quay coming up. Yeah, that was the thing, and it confused the heck out of me to begin with. And I was talking to somebody at work, and I had to look it up on the map. I thought, oh, actually, yeah, I can see it now. I understand. I've no idea what in history suggests why they ended up with the two places. I mean, I suppose they're relatively close together as the crow flies, but I think you've got to stretch your water, haven't you, rather than a quick way of getting to it. I bet when we pass over the Scottish border, I mean, there is the sign. I mean, some people probably get confused and think Carlisle is in Scotland as well, but of course it's just shy, very much in England. Oh, that would be fabulous, Christopher. Yeah, and the ideal thing to do it in a camper van. I mean, I've been to the West Highlands, and I've been to the Highlands on the east side as well. Oh, I've opened that coupling thing up at the front. Can't remember what button it is to close that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good few years ago now. It must be 20 years ago when I went to Scotland with my brother. Went to the West Highlands, and we actually stopped for a couple of nights in the Lake District, and then drove up, carried on from there. You know, sort of through Carlisle and through into Scotland. Amazing journey that was. Oh yes, of course. That's a very, very good point. Yeah. what's it called? Trying to dig it out from my memory. The Diva Stadium, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I love stories like that, and you know, I think there's, excuse me, examples of pubs where you'll find, you know, so sort of one half of the pubs in one country and the other half's in the other, and yeah, that ground's certainly like that. Yeah, it's well worth venturing further north. Excuse me. I mean, I have to say the drive from Carlisle through to it was beyond Fort William. We stopped in Mallaig, and particularly, I mean, okay, it was absolutely beautiful all the way, you know, past Loch Lomond, which goes on for absolutely miles and miles and miles. But then as you get even further north and into Fort William, and then the road from Fort William to Mallaig, you kind of want to stop your car every 5 seconds and say, look, wow, this is, you know, you could be in Switzerland. Yeah, it's the old saying, isn't it? That's where the north kicks in. It's, you always see those road signs, don't you? The north, as though it kind of goes on forever. I think you can live with that. Now, before you get worried about this, there we go, it's restarted. I was going to say, it always pauses this route somewhere round about here for some reason, but I've given up worrying about it now. Excellent. But I'll tell you what, though, I mean, as ever, amazing chat and brilliant company from you all. Oh, I love that name as well. I've stopped there, the Green Welly stop. Absolutely brilliant name. We talked about that for years, me and my brother, having gone past there. I like that, yeah. Fortnum and Mason, yes. My brother, where was he? He left somewhere. He was given a Fortnum and Mason hamper. Very posh. And he had his flatmate at university insisted on buying his tea from Fortnum and Mason. Yeah, it's incredible name. Sorry about the coupling thing being open at the front. I've completely forgotten which button it is to close it again. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think I generally wholeheartedly agree. But, you know, many and many a friendly person from further south. Yes, I have to. I do remember Shuttleworth though. Wow, another mind-blowingly bendy corner, Golborne Junction. I don't think I have, to be honest. I've been to Fort William. I've stopped there a couple of times, having been on the sleeper. But no, I don't think I have been to the. I bet it's. I bet it does some fantastic food. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You know, people don't even like you. Kind of, I mean, you know, I know it's rude to stare and all the rest of it, but you've got to put your face somewhere, haven't you? So, yeah, conversation, absolutely zero chance. Hi, Thomas. Yeah, welcome to the stream. We're not too far off from Wigan North Western. Hope you're all enjoying this long run to Glasgow Central. Yeah, and Leo's trains as well. Sorry, there's so many, so much stuff going through on the chat that I'm missing it all. Oh yeah, I can see a bit higher up now. Yeah, hello Leo's trains. And a good time to just say it. But if you're enjoying the video, then please like and subscribe. If you consider doing that, I'd be tremendously grateful. And again, massive thanks to everybody that's subscribed so far. That's got us over the 500 mark. So we're heading towards Wigan North Western. And I mentioned a bit earlier, but there's a very good YouTuber who absolutely loves the trains. G loves trains, who comes from this neck of the woods, and she always refers to Wigan as the Wigan. But her videos are always good. Very good, Christopher. Yeah, shout out, absolutely. Well, I'm saying shout out. I don't know if you mean a proper version of it, of shout out, but yeah, happy to. happy to do so verbally, as it were. But yeah, well done for getting that far. And I know from my own experience, it's kind of like perseverance, really. And it takes a bit of time to build things up. But yeah, congratulations. Hope you're enjoying it. There we go. That might have been G Loves Trains waiting on the platform there. So what do you stream then, Thomas? Is it Train Sim World 5? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I like it. I was a bit worried actually coming into the stop here. I was going a little bit too fast, but we were okay there. Great that you can actually open the hatch for connecting for the coupling, but I can't remember what the button is to close it. Oh, there we go. Found it. It's the M button. Got it. Yeah, she does. She's done quite a lot of videos, hasn't she, in Scotland, and I don't blame her. I've no idea if she's full-time, but there seems to be such a plethora of videos going up, so mustn't be far off it. Yes. Yeah, so finally remembered how to shut it. I'll be honest, the time has actually flown by, and you know, massive thanks as ever for all the, you know, the great chat and the wonderful community. And you know, if I was doing this on my own, it's very, very unlikely I'd do this in one sitting. You know, I would get bored of it eventually, but when you've got all this conversation going on, then it absolutely makes it so easy. Ah, right, excellent, excellent. I mean, some of these people are, you know, becoming absolutely mega famous in their own right, really. I mean, people always say, well, trains is very, very niche, but I think there's lots of people with kind of a peripheral interest, you know, love travelling on the train, but not necessarily you know, not necessarily train geeks, but you know, either way's fine. I mean, I know with reading Bill Bryce, and he and again another fabulous author and speaker, but I think he absolutely loves travelling on British trains, but again, not in a kind of rail enthusiast type of attitude. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and that's kind of really how it started, because you know, it was like September, and I wanted to kind of show off the new West Coast main line add-on, but it was I very quickly kind of thought, well, Sunday evening's a little bit dead air time anyway, isn't it? What do you practically do on a Sunday evening? So try and fill that gap up. You know, sometimes we're going to miss, you know, a little bit of football here and there. So when I load up the run in Preston, we've got about 10 minutes, so I'm going to very, very briefly take a trip away, and I might get myself that rum and coke going. So I don't know, I've got no chance of beating your score really, have I, with me drinking me rum and coke at the same time as doing the run to Preston, to Carlisle even. You can tell here there was clearly like 4 tracks going on in times gone by, or at least another track anyway. Yeah, it would have been 4 track, wouldn't it? You'd have had kind of up, down, slow. Excellent. Yeah, I'm trying to work that one out. Oh, wait a minute. I don't even know that word. I'll have to look that one up in the dictionary. I know. Tell me about it. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, no, that's nice. Excellent. I'll say one thing I have observed though with the videos, and I mean, obviously I've done a couple around London with the extra streams, the extra videos in the last couple of weeks, and it generally seems that the London ones kind of get more interest, far more interest than other parts of the country. And I guess that's a little bit population centred, I guess. But yeah, loving this sound mod, and hope it's coming over okay on the stream. But if I close my eyes, and I better not do, really, then I could actually be sitting in a real Pendolino at this point. You might be right. You might be right. I'll just be relieved to get there, to be honest. Great place name, great bridge name, I have to say, Skew Bridge. We better get some brakes in. Make sure we do actually stop in Preston. And by the looks of it, there's a potential red even before we get there. We are routed into platform 5. And again, I think the if you downloaded this scenario, you'd actually be routed into platform 3, but I just wanted to try and get a bit of continuity with the next section, because it seemed a bit weird to arrive in platform 5 and then the next section is platform 3. I think we have to wait for something to come through. There it is. It's the I think is it that Barrow in Furness service to Manchester Airport. I mean, the 10-minute thing is a bit odd as well, because I mean, I think we probably arrive in about 8:10, and I think we leave at 8:14. But as I say, we've got a 10-minute gap, because that's the only way we can get the next scenario to load up properly. I know, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I mean, I gave him some bits when I did my sandwiches earlier on, but he's going to be confused by that. So we might get a little bit, you probably won't hear on the stream, but he might get scraping. Yeah, I've got a feeling that was to fill in, because obviously there's one or two bits and pieces that aren't represented in the game. I've got a Westie. You can't get more Scottish than that, can you, Christopher? Very, very, very cute he is too, but quite demanding, and the real character's Westie's full of proper stubbornness and determination, but very loving as well. Yeah, I'm loving I love a cream egg as well. I probably shouldn't have them, but I do enjoy them. Yeah, I think you're probably right. There we go. So that was our offender. I quite like, I mean, you obviously don't want me sat around waiting forever at stations, but it's quite nice to actually get an adverse signal for once, because sometimes in Trainsim World 5 the signalling and the movement of trains is just a little bit too straightforward. It runs a little bit, not quite like real life, so it's great to be held up occasionally. Yeah, there's some good stock, and I mean, it took me an absolute age downloading some of this stuff last night. And for some of it, probably to see, you know, one train sort of thing. But we're going to see some stuff north of Carlisle. Plus, we've also got the 158 Northern in for the Trainsim World 5 run coming up. And of course, this is the ATS Preston, as opposed to the one that came out with West Coast Main Line over Shap many years ago, Trainsim Classic. So it's a pretty decent representation of it, I have to say. That's the Royal Mail building over there. That's why you got all those red vans, I suppose. But yeah, that's, there you go. That's your favourite 156. Right, move to Part 4, it says. Yeah, absolutely, and there are definitely timetable runs. I mean, that's why that awesome thing on the forums, awesome service runs, is so good, because you can kind of get a feeling for some more challenging runs, and I mean, I've said it before, but I'd love to see like a little bit of a random percentage situation where some of the trains ran a little bit late. I really must get into driving some German trains and playing on. I mean, I've got a few of the German routes, but it can be good fun with the right timetable and everything. So what I'll do, I'll load it up, and I'll get my drink and stuff, but I'll leave the time as it is until we pass the 3 o'clock mark on it, and then I'll kind of reset it. Oh, no, didn't mean to do that, did I? Right, Creators Club. Right, so there we go. Class 390 over Shap. So drive this Class 390 between Preston and Carlisle, stopping at Lancaster, Penrith and Carlisle. We've got the AWC's 390s, TPE 802s, Northern Class 158s. Lucky drivers may even see a Scottish Rail 158. So all sounds good. He generally does, to be fair. I mean, don't forget, I mean, I've got the disadvantage to try and read and talk to them, but on the other hand, he obviously not only, he's typing as well, so it's, you know, there are different nuances that come into play. Right, so there we are. So I'm going to take a break from the screen for just 2 seconds, and I'll be back after the break. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. What have I missed in the chat? Yes, I've certainly got the rum. According to me brother, he reckons I've poured myself quite a strong one. So if I start slurring my words by the end, then you'll know what's going on. Hello to Mirko. Yeah, nice to hear from you. And thanks as ever, Christopher, who is keeping up the bandwagon for me. And there's a lot of passengers waiting on platform 2, isn't there? So you will shortly see a kind of a change in the you'll see a change at the time of the day, but let's get the train set up. The old DSD going. Let's make sure we're, yeah, it is working on that. Oh, we got a Northern 158 lurking in the background as well. There we go. I was trying to get your view of the that 158, but we'll wait till the clock goes round to 3, otherwise we're going to have a problem with getting the thing moving in terms of the schedule, I think. So anybody who's ever travelled on the 0531 in real life might actually say, well, you stop at Oxenholme and not Penrith, so we've got a slight bit of fiction there, but everything else should be round about right. I like it. Got a coffee going, and I've got my rum and coke as well. Yeah, seems pretty good. And as far as I gather, the AI still works even with changing the time of the day. Right, so I'm slightly ahead of you, I guess, but it doesn't really matter, does it? So I'm going to reset the time then now. So I'm going to make it June so as it's kind of consistent with the rest of the run. I don't need to do that. 8:12, and then we just got a couple of minutes to go. There we are. No, sadly not, I'm afraid. The last couple of Mondays, actually, I've been pretty tired, I have to say, on the Monday morning. But I suppose it's a little bit like, you know, if you've been on a long drive in the car, sometimes you are overly tired, aren't you, the following day? So, kind of a bit of that going on. It's not been massively busy though, thankfully, at work the last couple of weeks. So we are at 8:14 we're due away, so we'll kind of go with that. That'd be the dream, wouldn't it? I would love to do that. And I think, you know, it does take time, in all honesty, and you look at people that have done it, but I think it's going to need a bit of variety as well over time. Hopefully get a few more real world videos done as well, and if I can find or think of a few bits and pieces to have some interesting topics going on. Absolutely. A bargain, a steal that would be. You kind of are at the moment, I guess. You're like unpaid moderators. And I'm very, very grateful for your help too. Absolutely right. Oh yeah, well that goes without saying. I mean, I do like, I'm enjoying this glass of rum, I have to say, but if you gave me the choice and said you can have an endless supply of alcohol or an endless supply of coffee, I think I'd probably pick the coffee any day. I'll have to tell him that one. So we've got our first 110, so I'm going to completely ignore that and do 125. I mean, I don't know 100% that all the 110 sections are 125 in real life, but you know, hopefully it's not going to be a million miles off what it's like in reality. Always find Lancaster a bit of a tricky stop to get to, actually, because you have quite a speed reduction coming into Lancaster station, and you're on a, as I recall, you're on a falling gradient as well, so it's quite challenging. It certainly does sound a lot louder coming through the speakers, through the headphones, driving Preston World 5, but I hope the sound level's about right. Let me know if it's too noisy. Literally Lancaster, Penrith, and then Carlisle, and then in the final section it's going to be non-stop actually to Glasgow Central. Oh, that's good. Yeah. I'm forgetting my own rules now. I was going to stick to 110 then. We are going to, it's going to actually come up in the red because we'll be speeding as far as the game's concerned. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, and I mean it's just great that we've got both, really. And I think I heard somebody say yesterday in one of the streams, but you kind of got to remember Train Sim Classic is a, like, you know, 17, 18-year-old game, so, you know, it kind of does wonders given the fact that it is so old, but it's never going to be a patch on this. This is absolutely mind-blowingly good. The Just Trains team have done an amazing job building this route. I mean, people will say, well, you know, I think this is 90 odd miles, and you know, how come they did that? Dovetail Games could only do 50 miles Euston to Milton Keynes, but there's a lot more that goes into Euston to Milton Keynes, to be fair, though it's such a busy section. Very much enjoyed doing the whole run, and the time, I mean, it always goes, absolutely flies by these streams anyway, but where are we now? 8:45, so you know, we're approaching the 4-hour mark, but it feels like 5 minutes in many ways. Yeah, I think he said he was going to do exactly the same, so as were kind of doing the same thing. And, you know, I could easily have no, it's not keeping us at 125 there, is it? Speed set on. I mean, I could have kept to the 110 throughout the run, but just kind of conscious that for one thing, it's going to add a lot of time to it, and trying to keep it in some sort of context with the follow-up run from Carlisle. Good thing about the speed set is it should more or less hold us at that speed. It's not quite as good as the kind of the cruise control thing that you've got in some trains, and Class 90 being an example of that, where basically you just speed up and it'll just hold you at that speed. But with this, it's just literally it'll hold you at the whatever speed you're currently at. Seems a little bit more crude. Still feel as though I've not actually gone full pelt on this game. I like it, yeah. The train sim community to take over the world. I was actually going to watch, there is a cab ride views, some of the Doc Coffee ones that we've mentioned before. He does some great cab view videos, but I was going to kind of watch one and make some notes. Right, so I'm going to follow these speed restrictions coming on. Actually, it's the Lancaster stop anyway, isn't it? And okay, there's obviously not as much going on. In terms of, you know, it's not like you're going through Wembley and London and stuff, but it absolutely operates really smoothly. Being a bit over cautious here because I think we got the single yellow, but there's no signals, I don't think, for the next bit before the station. me is a Transpennine one. It's Transpennine 802. I think as well, kind of, you know, I'm doing this in June, and it feels like, it feels and looks absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, I think I got a bit of a head start time-wise. The one I've always struggled with. It's, you get down to 15, so you either end up coming at it really cautiously and you're like going dead slow and you're crawling towards it, or you're speeding as you go over it. I think it's kind of 15 as we go round the point, so it shouldn't be too difficult. This is where I really do remember that video 125 Royal Scot. It was kind of one of the first cab view videos I ever bought, Euston to Glasgow, and just remembering really just the contrast, how different it kind of looks when you start to get into Cumbria and the Lake District and on towards Scotland compared with the section. I mean, I'll tell you what I could do at Lancaster is perhaps I can pause it and then we can restart at roughly the same time. Good to see we've got plenty of passengers on board. In fact, such is the volume getting off, it's probably one of those situations. The game can be a bit bugged like this, where basically everybody gets off the train. And okay, I'm sure some might say it's something to do with my driving. You know, they think, right, I've done that bit. You can hear like football noises going on as well, and okay, there's no people going on in the background, but I think we've got the castle as well up above us. Yeah, not bad for me. So what I'll do is let's lock the doors. So I'm just going to go to the menu screen and then just give us a quick shout when you're about ready to leave Lancaster, and then we can be more or less on target then, I would say. Slightly easier when you've got the stops to kind of align it a little bit. It's a bit more different on the freight. Oh, okay. Yeah, fantastic. So let's go. So back. There we go. Kind of got to remember as well that it's only 15 miles an hour out to the station. Yeah, enjoying my rum and coke. Just coming towards the end of it. Better not have another one though, otherwise I might not be at work tomorrow. Scared like rabbits they were. This is the Revolution, isn't it, that we're going over now? We've got an absolutely gorgeous part of the route coming up now as we go through the heart of the Lake District. I've still not done a freight run of any description on the West Coast Main Line over Shap as well. So yeah, so as we've got 100 coming up, then the plan will be I'll stick to 100. I'll wait until we get the 110 before I do the 125. Yeah, 100%, yeah, and that's kind of what I think. And yeah, I mean, I love travelling on the train any time of the year really, but just travelling in the summer, waiting about, and short sleeves, and it's just something magical. And on a nice summer's day like this, there's no better place in the world than in the UK. Be very careful there not to say in England, but the UK. Definitely right, 100%. Yeah, it was lovely yesterday. It was the first time really that we've got 110, so we can go up to 125 now once we've cleared this neutral section. Yeah, went off. Oh yeah, here's a point. This feels like the West Coast main line now. Not many places where the West Coast main line actually meets the West Coast. But yeah, went yesterday, went to have the haircut, then I came back and did that recording yesterday by the side of the line, and it was just lovely not to have to worry massively about wearing jumpers, and it just felt so beautiful. Yeah, absolutely, massively agree. And you know, to see that you got the snowdrops and then the daffodils, and I mean, sometimes you talk about daffodils as though they're a spring flower, but They kind of are, but it kind of feels as though they've given out just before spring hits properly. But yeah, I absolutely love spring. January, February I find quite depressing normally. Just that feeling of optimism that things are getting a bit better, that it's getting lighter and milder, and the fact that the EDF energy bills aren't quite so expensive as well during the summer months. Here's Carlisle. Fans of brief encounter. Sorry. Yeah, no, brief encounter. I was going to say close encounter. A brief encounter will know all about that location. Asking almost, there you go, mine's in sync. Yeah, it's the end of, is it the last Saturday of March, I think? Well, yeah, Sunday. It's like officially 2 o'clock in the morning, isn't it? Of course, I religiously get up at 2 o'clock on the Sunday morning to change the time. We've still got a fair bit to go actually at 8 Scooby, because once we get to Carlisle, I mean, we're non-stop then through to Glasgow Central, where it's still, I think it's still another hour. Penrith, the next stop. But yeah, spring's such an optimistic feel. I love it. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Yes, I remember. I remember being with a mate. I think we were in Prague actually one of the weekends when the clocks changed. It might have been the winter one, but I remember thinking, you know, I struggle enough as it is with trying to work out the fact that we've got an hour's difference at the time anyway, but when you then add in the fact that you've got the clocks changing as well, and then, you know, change the clocks in the Czech Republic, I was completely thrown. Oh, I love that story, MattyJT as well, and that's proper train sim related, isn't it? Well, train related. Oh, excellent. you weren't that chap that was on that Network Southeast BBC Two documentary. What was it called? Old, Dirty and Late, where they kind of filmed a bit about the running of Network Southeast at the time, and there was a chap there who was like fast asleep, and he was like, he woke up, oh, where am I? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, this is the last train, mate. The journey's end. Excellent. I mean, the closest thing I can come up with is a day out in London where I spent it with me mate, and we spent the day drinking, and I kind of not really given much thought about the times of the trains back and back to Stoke, and it wasn't kind of that late, but the train, I suppose this was in the 90s, they weren't quite as sophisticated as they are now with a timetable, so the last train had already gone, but luckily I was able to get me father to pick me up from Stafford. And one of the times when me and my brother went to Wimbledon, because we've done it a good few times where we slept over in the queue and queued up for the tickets. Well, there was one time when we were right on the kind of the roundabout. I mean, they stick you in the park nowadays, so it's a bit more sophisticated, but we were literally on the road and we were right on the roundabout, so we spent the night listening to the night bus constantly coming through, and the sound of it constantly as every half an hour or however often it ran. I know, to be honest with you, he surprised me, because my father would be normally somebody who I'd expect to be, you know, really moan about that, but he didn't seem to be bothered in the slightest. I was incredibly amazed, but you know, Dad, can you pick me up from Stafford, please? I did think of, with this run, by the way, of, that was Oxenholme, of actually still stopping at Oxenholme. I thought, no, it's going to get very confusing. There was another time when I went to a League Cup tie with Stoke, and I was on the coaches, and for some reason we went to Old Trafford to Manchester United, and for some reason I ended up on the wrong coach and ended up in Teen, which you'll know of, Christopher, but you know, again, not massively far out, but again I had to get my father to pick me up from Teen rather than from Stoke. Amazing though when you think about these things, and I'm sure it's the same with you with your stories, but you know, you're talking about many years ago, 30 years ago or more, and it just doesn't feel like it. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, that's right. I mean, looking back, I never quite understood why they didn't question why I was on the bus when I wasn't on their bus going, but I don't know, they seemed quite content. That was in the Lumacari era, so we'd we'd actually beat Manchester United at the Victoria Ground, but then we lost the second leg at Old Trafford. Scenery around this section is absolutely stunning, no other words for it. Yeah, and you know, nowadays it's kind of unfortunately quite depressing, run down, and you know, quite dodgy really. Yeah, absolutely right. Such a shame. Yeah, I don't think I'd want to venture near Hamley with a barge pole nowadays. I mean, if I fancy going shopping, even you know in the daytime, I'm more likely to go to Shrewsbury because I'm kind of not quite equal distance, but it's not far off, and Shrewsbury's a lovely place. I don't know, it's not, I'd say Newcastle still remains a lot more character, and I don't think it's quite so bad. But it's a few years since we've been there, but there's a lovely Italian restaurant in Newcastle that we've been to on a number of occasions. You know, I've got this funny feeling with this run that I'm kind of getting to that stage where I'm so chilled out that I'm sure I'm going to go sailing through Penrith. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, love Shrewsbury. It's a lovely place. This is the famous Loon Gorge area, isn't it? With the motorway going on at the left. You've got the T-base services as well. And I love as well, I mean, where we live now, we're on the doorstep of Market Drayton, and it's, you know, a small market town really, but it's got character, and it's nice, and it's more or less got everything that you need. You've kind of got absolutely no reason to venture into Stoke, Hamley, or even Newcastle, come to that. This is actually the Lune Gorge itself, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's lovely. Oh, right, fantastic. I didn't know that. I mean, we've been here, you know, we're on the doorstep really of Market Drayton, so we've been here since 2008 now, so crikey, that's 17 years, carrying on for, it will be towards the back end of the year. But yeah, lovely place. And you can still park your car for virtually nothing as well. And I think I parked up yesterday to go to the barbers, and I think I spent £1.20, and that one was giving me 3 hours as well. Oh, absolutely, yeah, wow, that's amazing, isn't it? Nice as well. We used to have a lady from Aviva who used to visit her office once a week. She lived in Ornham. Yeah, it's quite a quaint little place with the old style lights as you go through it. Yeah, I think you can see there. Yeah, well, you got another seat over there. I suspect not very often you'll get anybody in the second seat. Yeah, good point, yeah. And, you know, I mean, sometimes you can see on these videos there's about 2 or 3 people standing in the cab for one reason or another. Fantastic. I mean, I know you've said before about the it could start getting a bit confusing with the AWS going off in both trains, because you can hear the sound from both. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. I was kind of just delighted when they started making train sim, sorry, not train sim, when they started making cab ride videos in the like kind of late 80s, that you could buy. And you know, the dream then of actually being able to drive one on a computer game was quite enthralling, but I never really anticipated that it would get to this stage where it was this detailed. I mean, this is beyond my wildest dreams, really. And you know, I'll moan a lot about dovetail games and the slow progress on this and that and the other, and you know, we always want more, but I'm you know, thrilled that we've got what we've got. I suppose one thing they will always say as well, if we've got the customers at the edge of the seat looking for more and desperate for more, then we're doing something right. So yeah, I think so. We'll have to do another run on the 37. Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah, absolutely, yeah. We're massively speeding here. Yeah, that's right. There's all sorts of nicknames for some of the old trains. Like the 47s were duffs in some people's eyes, which is a bit of a derogatory term for them. I think some people called them brushies. Class 40s were whistlers. Yeah, the 50s were hoovers. That was one of my favourite ones. There's a load more that I've kind of forgotten. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Funny how some of these names stuck. kind of haven't quite got some of these pet names for the modern stuff, have we? And you know, these are just Pendolinos. That's that. Something to do with a slimline body, wasn't it? I think. Oh yes, yes, of course, you're right. Actually, I was momentarily getting confused. I was thinking of the 58. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you look at a 56 and a 47, you'd be hard pressed to notice much difference. Very good. I'd forgotten that one. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think you're right there. As I said, I'm quite a pacer fan, really, but as you say, it's a bit different if you've ridden on them regularly. Yes, of course, yeah. I mean, I love the old pictures where you've seen Class 58 on a passenger service. I mean, I think the concept was sound enough, but I think even British Rail, even the government of the day realised that it just wasn't a good enough solution for the long term. Even then, some of the later pacers, like the 141s, were very basic, but once you got into the 142s, the 143s, the 144s, they got slightly more better, I suppose, but they were never going to be brilliant rides because they didn't have proper bogies. Yeah, very much so, and I mean, I think that even goes down to comfort levels of the seats as well, because you know, a lot of the old carriages had these like spring-loaded cushions that you used to sink into for seats, and nowadays it's like sitting down on an ironing board. And you know, even my brother's commented on there. He's kind of like, well, how on earth can they make all these brand new trains but not make them comfortable to ride on? So we're coming round the bend for into Penrith. I think they've gone through different phases. There has been design commissions, I think, where that has been a consideration. I mean, you look at some of the old Southern EMUs, ugly as sin. And they were handicapped a little bit because they had to put those middle doors on the front for connecting trains. Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. Lovely old station this is. Yeah, it's worth just looking at some of the... They had some great names, didn't they? Like 4 Veps, was it? 4 Six and 4 Bigs. Oh, we haven't got a timetable against this thing, by the way. No, we're all right. I was already on it. Just a vast array of scenery modelled absolutely beautifully. So I don't think we've got any more stops between here and Carlisle. We'd already shut the doors, haven't we? Maybe not. Probably find about the right doors now. No. Say that. That door's locked. No, the doors are still open. There you go. Yeah, absolutely right. Now I've got a wee problem here because my doors won't lock. So we'll close them. Then right, we're okay now. Goodness knows what was going on there. Doors are definitely locked now. Make sure. Yeah, that was one of the problems with those trains, wasn't it? That's what people used to do constantly. Right, I don't know what's going on. Right. Ah, okay, we're all right now. Yeah, that was certainly how it used to be, wasn't it, in the old days? That was the old thing, wasn't it? The old slam doors. That's how you had to do it on all trains, pretty much. There wasn't a handle on the inside at all. Lower the window down and open the handle on the outside. People wouldn't be able to do it nowadays. I must confess, I still do stick my head out of the window on heritage railways, because it's just lovely to take in the general ambience. You know, I suppose you shouldn't advocate it really, but I do it always sensibly. I'm always looking in front of me, and certainly if there's a tunnel coming up or something that's going to be an issue, then my head goes straight in. Yes, I do, yeah. Yes, indeed. Sadly, that's happened in real life as well. I mean, actually, the start of the video, because we were doing the slow lines, we went through the tunnels at before Southampton, and I think the EMUs that they used to use, the old slam door ones, they actually had bars across the windows to stop people from being able to put their head out, because the distance to the tunnel wall was very, very close indeed. Yes. That was always the talk of school, those two programmes. I remember that back in my day. Dead easy. drive. Yeah, there he is. Trains in World actually leave the station with no driver on. Yeah, absolutely, although, you know, you might be on the roof or something. Some sort of game when the Trans-Siberian Railway, and it's kind of a train simulator in many ways of the routes, but it's a massively different experience than driving this, because you have the ability to you have to drink vodka, I think it is, and you know, you might have to have fights. You've got a gun on hand to shoot people along the way. It's a very, very different experience. It's quite entertaining though, actually. Well, you never know. The funny thing is, I'm not 100% sure if on these Creators Club scenarios whether we definitely get a score at the end of it as well, so we'll see. You certainly do appreciate though, you know, comparing being a real driver, that this is kind of why real drivers wouldn't do this whole route from start to finish, because your powers of concentration require a lot to be taken in, really. I mean, I think you do amazingly well anyway to drive and type at the same time. It's marginally, I don't know, it's a different thing I suppose, but I've kind of only got to talk and drive. You've kind of got to talk, think and drive and write as well at the same time. So it's different dynamics, I suppose. I mean, there's still every chance that I might come flying through Carlisle station, but we're not too far away, so I could potentially keep an eye on that. Absolutely right, yeah, I'm sure you're right. Excellent stuff. This 20 coming up's a bit of a awkward one to judge, because again, you don't want to be going 20 mile an hour for ages, but on the other hand, you want to be, that's an awkward place, have a neutral section. I like it. And the Just Trades people put it's somewhere around here. We've got carpet wrong. I think it's this building here on the right. There you are. Yeah, that's right. L8 Scooby, that'll be for the last section. And it's non-stop, I think. So we'll be going right the way through Lockerbie and Carstairs and Motherwell. Motherwell always feels though it's a bit like the Watford Junction of Scotland. Not sure I've ever driven into Platform 1 on Train Sim World actually at Carlisle. Now we're doing time wise in terms of the actual schedule. We'll have a look at that because it's 9:24, so we'll see what time it is at Train Sim Classic, give us an idea on how much we are kind of on schedule. Oh, absolutely, yeah, no worries at all. I've enjoyed it. And as I say, if I was doing this on my own and there was nobody in company to chat to like this all the way, then it'd kind of be, I mean, I'd probably enjoy it to an extent, but it'd just be too long. I'd get slightly bored. So to do this in company with others is amazing. Right, so you are basically just Train Sim World 5, are you? That's interesting score. Let's see what we get. Scores on the doors coming up. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you still won. 9446. Yeah, well done. Well done. Yeah, that's incredible to be. Do you think that, mind you, know we've had scores of over 10,000 before, haven't you? But yeah, brilliant. But yeah, it was a good run, that. Enjoyed the scenario. And yeah, well done on that. Well, I think it definitely reminds me I'll have to do more of these Creators Club scenarios, because there's some great stuff. And I'll try and, as best I can, if I'm doing a Creators Club scenario, I'll try and put it in the briefing for you, and then it'll give you a bit of time to get the any reskins that you need loaded up. Very good. I like it. Very good indeed. But yeah, what brilliant. Yeah, definitely. And I think there's a whole rich stream of them, really, of Creators Club scenarios. So yeah, we'll definitely do that. I'll say next week will be a completely Train Sim World 5 lineup. There won't be any Train Sim Classic next week, unless something dramatic happens in this coming week in Train Sim Classic. So we do indeed, yep, the final leg of the journey. And we'll find out actually how far we've still got to go, because I think it's still a fair old run actually from Carlisle to Glasgow. But we'll hopefully be there before midnight. So 1 Sierra 37, and then we need West Coast Main Line North. Yeah, it reckons it's going to take 80 minutes actually. Yeah, I'm sure there's a load of YouTube videos of, you know, on the specific consoles, and there's lots of people that stream playing the game on the consoles. So yeah, it's worth giving it a go. I mean, it's a shame some of these mods, because they completely make and break the game in many ways. Yes, I know they really are going for it, aren't they? And they seem to be selling off some stuff at great rates. Ah, right, excellent. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. Yeah, yeah, that's brilliant, because it's one of those trains that's a little bit underused on TSW5. Right, let's get this. You're cleared to depart. Now non-stop from here to Glasgow. The 704 from Manchester Airport is only a few minutes ahead of us. It's slightly delayed, so keep an eye out for adverse signals. Yeah, I'm going to have to do it, aren't I? I'm going to have to do it. There you go, 156 in the house. We have got a green signal, so we better get moving actually, otherwise we will be ending up at midnight. We need the DRA off. There's always been the thing about Dovetail games having more sales than DFS. But you can, in all honesty, you can pick up some decent stuff in the sales. And that old Ronnie Corbett joke, isn't it? I remember that day in particular because it was the one day when Allied Carpets hadn't got a sale on. Well, we've got that horrible forklift truck sound going on there. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was dead pleased actually that they included the 3772 on the game. Wasn't expecting them to do that at all. If there was one unit they were going to miss out, it was going to be that. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. And I mean, I must say, I think at the time, and I don't know whether it was just the age I was, but it was kind of like, used to take it for the grand, oh, it's the two Ronnies again, oh. But you kind of look back now and you think they were absolutely great, really. And yeah, some of those one-man jokes where he's just sitting in that chair, they were absolutely brilliant. And, you know, obviously, 4 candles. Yeah, it's a good way of doing it, actually, MattyJT, yeah. I'm kind of not sure if there's anything specifically I'm after, really. Yeah, it's like old golfing attire, really, isn't it? Yeah, there's a great sketch. One of my favourite ones was optician. It was in an optician, so the gag was that Ronnie Barker was the optician and Ronnie Corbett was the customer, and it wasn't until the end of the scene they realised that if they swapped glasses they could actually both see. But there was one of them, I can't remember which one it was now, but one of them was running about going on his hands and knees on the floor. It's probably Ronnie Barker, and Ronnie Corbett was, is there a dog on here? Was it a dog or a cat? Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I was the same. You know, it was, oh, the two Ronnies again. Oh, but yeah, I can really appreciate them now. Oh, 4 candles is brilliant, isn't it? 4 candles. No, handles for forks. Wow. I dread to think, actually. You know, you think all the stuff bought for Train Sim Classic and Armstrong Powerhouse and Just Trains, and you know, you really are talking mega money, aren't you? And I always say, well, you know, I'm sure I've spent absolutely thousands and thousands over the years, but at least it goes back to 2007. I've not even started to even add up potentially what I've spent on Train Sim World. Got a bit cloudier now. We've got closer to the to Scotland. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know whether I dare to look, actually. Scary. I mean, I guess, you know, on the other hand, there are kind of more expensive hobbies for sure. And, you know, I mean, even with the railway fraternity, if you were, you know, you try to build up model railway and bought all the stuff that comes out, costs an absolute arm and a leg. Yeah, I think it's a good strategy, actually. I'm more or less at the same thing. There might be the odd non-British thing that I suddenly get a hankering after, and possibly the Dutch route I quite like the sound of, but whether I'll actually end up buying it, I don't know. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm kind of, I think the second there's a decent British route coming out, then I've got to kind of instantly get it. Yeah, well, this is it, isn't it? This is the point. Yeah, sadly, I've given up on model railways years ago, and you know, I had probably said before after, but I had a great model railway layout years ago, but I can't be bothered with it nowadays. Yeah, well, this is it, and the great thing about, you know, this DLC that comes out, you know, you get, it's not like going on holiday where you've kind of had one experience on it. You can play these routes for years and years. I mean, even this route that we're doing now, I mean, this is one of the oldest routes that kind of first came out. It was still probably in Rail Simulator days, or it might have been Rail Works by then, I can't remember, but I think this goes, okay, it's showing its age in many ways now, but this is taking us right back to 2008, I think it was. Yeah, well, that's kind of where I feel it's got so many more advantages, and you don't get, you know, I might get it stuck sometimes on the game and can't restart it, but it's you don't get air stuck in the motor and all that sort of things going on. I remember being delighted when this route first came out, and we had the Class 86 that came with it at the time. Yeah, there's some absolutely brilliant model railways, and I just haven't got the time, effort, or the patience with them nowadays. But yeah, some of the ones that have been created, and you know, I've been around some of the exhibitions, and they're truly works of art. And I kind of like the idea where you've got a fiddle yard going on, but also like a circular bit as well. Yeah, it's good to be able to see him going round and things, but you know, it's yeah, I like that roundy, good expression. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm with you there. Yeah, I kind of like the idea where they're coming in and out a little bit, but essentially, yeah, you want to see them in action, don't you? And I've never seen it, sadly, but that Peak Waterman West Coast Main Line one looks absolutely brilliant, and you got the whole shebang there. You got the old AC electrics, and you've got pendolinos galore, all sorts of stuff. Wow, that's very much in tune. Very much in tune. I wished I had. I'll have to look and see. I missed out on a real chance to see it because it was at Chester at one time. But I'd love to see that. There was some programme about it recently, wasn't there? Where they kind of set it all out, and then somebody had said to them, "Look, I don't think this is at the right angle. You're going to have to move it." And there was a great bit of an argument about it. Yeah, exactly. That's where I missed out on seeing it. Hey, up 325 Royal Mail. There we get the old view as though we're looking down from the aircraft. So 10:42. So we're about an hour away, believe it or not. Wow, that sounds incredible. Yeah, I definitely must not miss out on the opportunity of seeing that this year. I mean, Chester's so close at hand. It would be madness not to. Yeah, perhaps then once it's got to the full distance, then I'll have to find a place. Well, I'll have to find out where it is. But yeah, I'd love to see it. Absolutely love to see that. They still going in Margate, are they, Hornby? Yeah, I think the problem with like your Hornby model is, you know, it was done to a decent standard, but you kind of got those odd like couplings that you used to have. So it was only done to a certain level. I mean, you look at some of these magazine articles where people have like super detailed them as well, and all the couplings, and you know, they've done an amazing effort with them. Now, by the way, now we're through Lockerbie. I think there's no station now between here and Carstairs. I think it's the longest stretch of railway in the country without a railway station. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. Are scale extras still a thing? Of course, the problem was you always used to try and you push the controller, and you just end up skidding off the track. It was very much a funny art. It does make me laugh with the comments, because I think you're kind of a few seconds behind in terms of I think it's like the chat works, it's a few seconds behind, so it's kind of, we're all seem to be thinking the same thing at much the same time, very much in sync. Great minds think alike and all that. least I haven't got to worry too much about stopping. Yeah, I'm sure I've seen something along those lines. I remember the Hornby advert, I don't know, it's probably 70s I suppose, wasn't it? With, oh, what's his face, from the Railway Children, who played the part of the porter. But it was kind of done as though he was literally on the model railway, and he was kind of looking at it as though he was at the same size as the model railway, and it always actually used to fascinate me. Yeah, I think it's a very, very expensive hobby. Bernard Cribbins, exactly, that's who I'm trying to think of, yeah. Used to love that advert. Oh, I've got my thing open again. That's it. Oh. That's the end button for closing. Very rarely opened in real life, apparently. I think somebody said they get stuck sometimes. Yeah, and so much of it's like custom made as well, isn't it? The hours and hours and hours. Ah, brilliant. Yeah, no, that's fantastic. But yeah, I mean, you know, how could you even start with a collection where, you know, if you want to buy a full Pendolino, 650 quid. Alright, well, we've conquered Shap in this journey, by the way, and we're just about to take on the climb at Beatock. Of course, people always talk about Shap and Beatock on the West Coast Main Line. You know, I know it's not quite as glamorous as Tracing World 5, but it's still pretty decent. There we go, that was a bit of a lurch over the points. No, that's absolutely fair enough, and that's the biggest priority, isn't it? I think the problem is, I mean, in terms of time in the train, I think it's something like supposed to be 5 hours 10, but we've kind of got all these little bits in between as well, loading the games up and this, that and the other, so quite understand. Ah, excellent, yeah. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, no, that's much appreciated. And again, don't stay up if you know you've got to get up early tomorrow. I quite understand, but it's certainly been quite a long one. We're scaling the heights of BTOC at the moment. Excellent. Yeah. I think the TASS has got me slightly, hasn't it? No, we're all right. Yeah, but as ever, Christopher, thanks massively for your ongoing support. And I mean, you and MattyJT have, you know, provided such wonderful support over the last 5 months. And I mean, in all honesty, you know, I think if I was doing these streams and there was, you know, sort of very little interest going, it would have been hard to have carried on with it. So it's made an absolute massive difference. And it's not going to be too often that we're going to go the full distance to Glasgow Central from London Euston. I mean, I probably won't do it because I don't know how to kind of affect the chat and all that sort of stuff, but I can probably trim the actual video up. Might be interesting to kind of download it and do it like a speeded up version and do the whole journey in about 20 minutes or something. No worries at all, but thank you very much. As I say, very much appreciated, and really enjoyed your company yet again. Sleep well. Yeah, see you next week. See you next week, Christopher. Ooh. Oh, I'm not clicking on the screen, am I? Ooh. Great idea, this TASS thing, but it certainly does keep you under scrutiny. Oh, we've got some of those old style buses going on there. Haven't seen those in a long time in train sim. I think the idea is once we get, I think we're over BTOC summit now. It's basically all downhill, essentially, all the way to Glasgow Central. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, and see you next week for another instalment of Train Sim. I I think you could almost roll to Glasgow Central from here. They are. Still scare the wits out of me, all that PZB stuff. I mean, I've watched videos. I've tried to get my head around it, and I kind of get the idea, but I think what they have done, which improves things massively, is that you now get a guide, don't you, on the screen if you keep the as long as you keep the speedometer and stuff up there, so you kind of know what speed you've got to get down to. But it's kind of like that thing where you've got to reduce to a certain speed within a set space of time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely going to be the plan. I mean, I do enjoy some of these Train Sim Classic runs, but it's kind of an opportunity really as well, so that I won't have to spend hours and hours actually downloading reskins and bits and pieces. So it's kind of partly to make it a bit easier, but yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, we'll have probably the 4 runs, something like that. Yeah, I must watch it. And I can't remember what German routes I've got now. I remember I've got I don't know, I've got a few. I've definitely got a couple of the ice ones. I don't think I've ever done that one that came out with TSW4 at all yet. I know a lot of that's through the tunnels. I've got one of the earlier ones involving the ice. I remember that. I've got like an airporty style one where you go through like a underground section at one point. I mean, they always seem to be like smallish, well, I'll say smallish sections. I think the problem is because it's kind of a bigger country, again, the idea of doing 2 major cities from one to the other is probably a bit unlikely. Ooh, I pressed Q, didn't I? Thought I pressed Q. Mustn't have been clicking on the stream. Yes, I remember Sifa. Yeah. Yeah, that part of it's not too bad. At this rate, we might not get to Glasgow Central. So I've got remember here that was a double yellow, wasn't it? So We did say we were following a Transpennine unit, weren't we? And I know Christopher's desperate that I do a Flying Scotsman run as well at some point, which I must definitely have a go at. Yes. Alright, we're on green anyway. We're okay for the moment. Have you got a favourite German route out of any of them? What's the one you like the most? It seemed a bit ghostly then. It was as though there was a train coming through, but we didn't see a thing. So lovely scenery going through this part of Scotland. I think once we get to Carlisle, then we'll kind of feel as though we're in the latter stages, and you know, you kind of suddenly get all the suburban network, and then Motherwell, and it's not too far away then. Yeah, it seems as though the, you know, sort of development wise, as though they've got a constant build on them. There seems to be something going on all the time. You know, I mean, I'm guessing that profitability wise that it's both the UK and the German routes that provide the biggest part of the sales. I remember when the Euros were on last year, and I think there was a suggestion that nowadays Deutsche Bahn are not quite as efficient as they used to be. It's all that, you know, they kind of said it's a fallacy nowadays. German trains don't always run to time. But it's interesting that, you know, there's different systems around the world for the safety systems, and kind of in Britain, I guess there's accepted speeds that you shouldn't slow down to, from a double yellow to a yellow, and then as you're approaching the red, but in Germany it's kind of like, it's much more prescribed, isn't it? Yeah, but yeah, there's plenty of UK stuff as well, which will keep us interested. And I mean, I presume you've got the like the Tees Valley route and you know, like Northern Transpennine. Again, routes I've not kind of dug out metaphorically the dust from quite a while. I always find it amazing that Northern Transpennine didn't have AWS. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, there's a chance that eventually, you know, if it ever comes in our lifetime, well, it's going to be kind of like, well, actually, train simulators thing of the past, because people don't drive trains in real life now. They just basically, they're either driverless or they sit there and open and shut the doors. Ah, excellent. Yeah, no, that's great. Now, sun's coming out again now. So it's just, now we've got a 125 again. Let's just try and, now we seem to remember you're supposed to be at notch 3 on Train Sim Classic for it to work properly, but I don't know whether it's kind of so good when you're on a downhill gradient. Right. Yeah. Well, I don't think I bought any of the US ones at all. Actually, I mean, I was quite intrigued with the was it New York? You got like that Boston route, and was it New York Trenton, something like that? And I was quite intrigued by the idea of driving that Acela because it took me back to Microsoft Train Sim days. And that was kind of the first train I ever drove on Microsoft Train Sim. It's funny going through Carlisle, but I remember the, you know, getting back to Microsoft Train Sim, but driving the old Settle and Carlisle Railway, and it was, you know, chalk and cheese compared with what we've got now. Yes, I'm exactly the same. I mean, I never bought. I mean, when Train Sim World first came out, and it was for that whatever it was called, but it was kind of like, I've got absolutely no interest in driving a fairly slow freight train across potentially hundreds of miles in. Oh, he is Carstairs, so and it looked reasonably good and detailed, and you kind of got the concept for what Train Sim World was all about. But it was like, no, there's no way I'm interested in that. You know, I kind of enjoyed this sort of run where you're driving at speed. Yep, we're still going N8 Scooby. I kind of feel as though when you get to Carstairs, this is kind of the early stages of, not quite Glasgow suburbs just yet, but at least we've got more stations, because we've got actually 0 stations between Lockerbie and Carstairs. So now you've got the kind of the local network. We should see some local commuter trains along the way. Yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a long old ride, hasn't it? I mean, even in real life, Avanti West Coast drivers will do kind of Euston to Preston and then Preston to Glasgow. They wouldn't do it all in one go. I wonder what they did when they had that high speed attempt. I think they missed out on the record by a couple of minutes, didn't they? But I'm not sure if that was oh, there's a 385. I don't know if that was just one driver. Oh, the sun's shining now. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. And I mean, it'd be lovely if we could do it kind of seamlessly with one Train Sim World 5 route, but it's never going to happen. Like you say, maybe Train Sim World 25 or something. But I just love the fact that you can do a full journey, even as long a one as this. So he got me again. Oh, I think I just knocked a button, didn't I? We're all right. But I mean, for all the fact that this is the oldest route in the game, you know, with the track pack, with the vegetation pack, with the weather pack, it doesn't look too bad. It looks semi-decent. When the sun comes out like this, it actually looks quite reasonable for a, you know, a game of this age. And I remember the chap who was building this route. I mean, he did it for absolutely ages as a kind of a freeware project, and then I think he realised that there's no way he could get by without having a custom model of Carlisle and Glasgow Central, and then I think, not even sure if they were called Dovetail Games at that time, but they stepped in and added the extra detail in. And I was delighted by the fact that we got a bit of the Glasgow suburban network put in at the time as well, though we got no EMUs in those days. Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. I think at the moment they're just, like we were saying earlier on, they're kind of scared with the issues over producing something that's too complex that is going to cause an issue for console users, and it holds them back from producing stuff that would blow people's minds away with the PC. And I would love as well that just to be kind of a little bit of thought and process that goes into these things, and it's kind of like, well, it always seems to me, I think I did say earlier, but it's like, here's the new thing, right, we're going to do another new thing now, here's another new thing, and they don't ever seem to finish what they've started. Yeah, exactly. And you know, that was a great potential. And you know, even if they kind of said, well, look, we can't add to the existing route, if they could have done an extension to that route. I mean, I think, you know, most people now want to see another bit of the West Coast Main Line done, and you know, then carry on from Milton Keynes and go up to Birmingham New Street or Crewe or whatever they actually might do. But instead they keep concentrating on other bits. I mean, at least when they did London Brighton and they got like the Reigate branch added in as well, it felt like essentially a complete route, and kind of having East Coast Way as well kind of feels as though they've made an effort there, and there's a little bit of the extent to that with the southeastern one, but kind of nothing else. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Again, you know, it would make that route much more playable. We've kind of already got the IET in the game with the LNER one, and you know, there seems to be a lot of scepticism when you talk about upgrading a train with another TOC, that, you know, it's like, oh no, it's a massively different train and that's a lot of work and all the rest of it, but you kind of feel as though the job's half done already. So I mean, I would love with the like Great Western as well, just to put in some of the branches, and you know, you could have the Windsor branch, I think, and the Greenford branch and stuff like that, but certainly extend it out a bit. I mean, at least back in the Train Sim Classic day, it went to Oxford. I mean, I think if they ever did the southwestern, you know, not so much like the main line, well, they'll never do it to Weymouth, will they? But you know, even if it was Waterloo to Portsmouth, would be brilliant. But I'd love to see a bit of a network going on with some of the local lines. Right, okay. Yeah. Now that is interesting, yeah. And again, you know, to be fair, again, I'd probably buy it instantly. And you know, I love the idea of excuse me. I think we've got a cricket match going on there. Sorry, excuse me. You know, I love that section. It's one of my favourite sections of the line, but again, if it doesn't join up with anywhere, it all still feels a bit bitty. I mean, you know, they build West Cornwall local, and they end it in, where does it end in? Is it Redruth or Truro? I can't remember which, but either way, it feels like it needs to at least have gone to somewhere like Portsmouth. I think it was. I wondered what was going on for a minute. I just heard the shout in the background, which I thought that was brilliant. I always thought this section of the line's really strange, actually. I think this is somewhere around where it branches off to Wishaw, isn't it? The Wonder of Wishaw. Who's that? John Higgins, wasn't it? But it's like you've got this really fast line, and then suddenly you've got this little section where you slow down to 40 mile an hour. They do, definitely do, yeah. And again, there's probably more important things, but I'd love to find that they'd, you know, done a deal with Network Rail, and suddenly we had all the train announcements at the stations, and that would add a bit of atmosphere as well. Yeah, it's funny how these places just become embedded in your mind. I mean, we mentioned about Kirkcuddy and Jockey Wilson the other week, but yeah, Wishaw and yeah, John Higgins. But, you know, I mean, a lot of the stuff they produce is, you know, decent. But it's kind of like sometimes you want to push the boat out a bit. And, you know, fix some of these bugs as well, because some of the stuff's been going on for years, and you kind of get the impression they're just never going to do anything about it. Yes. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. That's an old building there. some very old assets in use in this game, but I like it though, I have to say. I think we have still got some faster sections yet before eventual. Look at the 1 in 70 descent here. But I'm sure there'll be a lot of work going on behind the scenes at the moment on the big route for Train Sim World 6. Yeah, I think I've heard that before. I think that's, I guess, one of those just one of those things, because I think, in all honesty, if they said, right, let's forget Train Sim World, here's a brand new game, we've got the latest version of Unreal Engine, you'll not be able to use a thing that we've done before, nothing's convertible or compatible, and I think people would be absolutely livid, really. I mean, I think there were some people that were like slightly distressed when Train Sim World came out and said, well, what about me Train Sim Classic content? But I think you kind of had to live with it because it was a, you know, a different, completely different game, really. It's got to be something really major, hasn't it? And I think it's either going to be, oh, what do we say here? An Argyle line service to Dalmuir has been given priority, will be ahead of us as far as Rutherglen. Expect some congestion heading into Glasgow. I think it's got to be one of the core routes, hasn't it? And I can't see that kind of extending West Coast Main Line and be sexy enough. To be honest, I can't see them kind of doing Milton. It's got to be something like either the Great Eastern Main Line, Liverpool Street, probably to Ipswich, or maybe, I don't know, Colchester or something, or the East Coast Main Line, King's Cross to Peterborough. Right, so we've got 90, but we've got to be conscious of this train that's up ahead of us a little bit. Don't want to come a cropper in the closing stages, but we're good for 90 at the moment. It's more likely to be modern day anyway, because, I mean, I think Just Trains have got a stranglehold on the British Rail Blue stuff, and they've learnt to actually nail it, and I'm presuming the sales from their routes is absolutely top notch. But I think for everybody else it's got to be something current. Yeah, I've heard Greater Anglia are difficult to work with. Yeah, I suppose that's the point, isn't it? Because you know, at what point will it become a bit easier once it's under the Great British Railways or whatever it's going to be called? Right, so we've still got double yellow anyway. This is going to be a slight test of concentration because we don't want to come a cropper late on. There's a 318. Great name, Cambuslang. Love that name. Well, we said it was as far as Rutherglen, didn't we? So we're coming towards Rutherglen, so hopefully we've got a clear run after that. Yeah, that would be fantastic, wouldn't it? I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but I know that the older Piccadilly line stock is not hasn't got the ATO on, has it? So I presume, is the new one more automated, or is the newer stock going to be basically mainly drivable? I mean, I'd love that actually. That'd be a great route, and particularly after watching all those Dale Charman videos, I've kind of suddenly developed a love for the Piccadilly line. I mean, another great one would be the Met line or the District line for Trainsim World 5. And I think that would kind of have a blockbuster feel about it. And of course the other possibility is King's Cross Peterborough, because they obviously already have they've had the licence for LNER. Yeah, so that's kind of my thing. I prefer it to be, you know, set with the 72 stock. I mean, they might think, well, actually, is it too similar to what we've got on Bakerloo? Hey, up, there's another cricket match going on. You know, I've only just realised, but this service took us properly off course, didn't it? Because I think I'm not sure if we actually went directly through the main line, did we? By going through Bellshill and stuff like that. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We are within the last 2 miles, by the way. 2 miles away from Glasgow Central. I mean, my dream would be, I mean, I love the Met line on. I mean, again, the thing is, would they actually represent the Met line how it was a few years back and have those approach controls in the way that Just Trains put them in? Because you can imagine all the palaver over people trying to get the hang of that. I think there'd be a bit of an uproar. Maybe I'd love to see the District line. I would like to see something tube related. I think it's been a while now since we had the Bakerloo line. see how old this route is and the poor quality of the texturing going on there. Well, the good news is we've made it before midnight, so it's about 11:10. Yeah, I think that's what they'd have to do, wouldn't they? I think it'd just be... I just can't imagine them making it that complicated. And I mean, I've seen even experienced YouTubers having a go at the mat line and just having no concept of the approach control signals as well, and making a right hash of it. Yeah, well, this is it. And this is what you wonder, because I mean, that would be brilliant. I would love to have the Met line on, for example, on Train Sim World 6, and bear in mind they've got all the models already built. They've kind of got half a shove in that direction, and maybe just carrying on with British Rail Blue is not that likely. Tell you what, I love the speculation though. Now, which track are we on? That would have been foolish, wouldn't it, to have come a cropper at the final hurdle? Very nearly. Yeah, we could have gone crashing into that train there, that 380. Yeah, well, let's hope so. And it's been slightly underwhelming so far this year. I mean, we've obviously, at some point, we're getting Manchester Commuter. We know about that. So it'll be interesting to hear what's coming out. And as you say, I'd kind of forgotten really that we're that close to March. The March roadmap's just around the corner. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, and I think that's the thing. And obviously, the bits that we hear about is all very, very carefully controlled, which is probably for them all the more maddening with all the shenanigans going on with Alan Thompson, because you know they've kind of got a way that they do things, and that's kind of disrupted the flow, I guess. And you know, sometimes the surprises are great, sometimes they're not so exciting. I mean, you know, the Incredible Trains one was exciting, but then we got Thomas, so you know it can vary. Well, we're coming into Glasgow Central. We've got a Transpennine service. I mean, compare this with how the route was when it first came out. Now we've got all the stock. It's a different animal altogether. Well, thank you very much for keeping me company and throughout the stream, actually really enjoyed it all the way through. Massively appreciated. Thank you for everybody that's watched. N8 Scooby, Christopher, all the ones, so many that I've forgotten already. Yeah, definitely, and hopefully some of these developers will get more and more sophisticated. Some will probably drop by the wayside, realise it's a bit too complicated, but it's hopefully all good. We've made it. We have made it. This is Glasgow Central. All change. We've got 156 there. We've got the Transpennine unit as well. 318. Busy old scene at Glasgow Central. We've got all sorts of EMUs going on in the background as well. Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for everybody for the support. Keep on coming. And again, you know, I know I say it quite a few times, but if you've watched and you've enjoyed the video, then please like and subscribe. I'm not sure there's going to be, there won't quite be a 5-hour one plus next week, but we'll be back to the kind of more normal 4 hours next week. And well done, driver. Thank you for taking on this service this morning. It sure is time for a well-earned break. You are now relieved until later this afternoon. Well, thank goodness for that. Yeah, thanks N8 Scooby. And enjoy the week. Yep, see you next week. Thank you very much, everybody. Till next time, from Power Flower Trains and Planes, it's goodbye and thank you again.